Oh, you got the Panthers gear?
Of course.
Hey, we're live.
Of course.
We're
Pete,
live.
this is this is do or die. This is time. This is time. This is
What
what
up,
we're here
bro?
for. It's good, broski.
All right, let me get the. I'll get out of here. Cancel. All right. Let me get the shareable link. Copy.
Is it live on YouTube?
It's live on YouTube, so whoever subscribed can see it.
We're live.
Let me put it on the page, on the off the
Awesome.
bench page and the personal. We're good. We are live for the NFL draft. Liddy.
Let's get it.
I just have to
Let's get it.
refresh.
Uh,
Go to page.
Time to be alive, guys.
What a time to be alive.
Yo, first damn, we talking teams. We talking teams. Yeah, we are talking teams tonight, guys.
Nah.
Exactly what we're talking.
Share now. So I shared it on my timeline.
Awesome.
I'm
I'm
going
going
on
to go ahead and
Twitter.
share it now. It seems like everyone's going live right now. Because Bleacher Report just went by, and so did the NFL YouTube page. So literally everyone's going live right now. Nice.
NFL draft. Use the hashtag to get more views.
Hashtag get more views.
Yeah. Oh,
Agreed.
good man, Pete. Can I get a year? Let's get it.
Good, my boys. Let's go.
Yo, I better expect something like this when your time comes. Hold on, look.
Get this man. Hold on, let me go share the link real quick.
Got you. Ooh.
Oh, there's Pete. I got him.
Yeah, I got the chat on me right now.
Yeah, I just pulled it up too. Let's go, guys. This is what we waited for.
I need to pin this. How do I pin this? Oh well.
Pete, what's good, baby? What's good, my boy? Who your Giants taking tonight? You better not take out Dave Simmons.
Yo, thanks to the viewers thanks to the folks that are here with us live right now. We got 3 folks so far. Coming in early.
We appreciate it. We appreciate it.
Right. Live here for the NFL draft. I got my boy Roll off the bench live for the first time. Excellent connection. Link in bio. How to do that for IG. Ha ha. Aha. All right, let's see. All right, Bucky Brooks, my guy.
Hold on. Just getting the promotion out the way. Did you share it on the Off the Bench Facebook page?
I shared it on off the bench Facebook, the personal Facebook, and on Twitter.
Man. So here, this is what we've been waiting on. This is it, guys. Do we got any bold takes? Anyone got any bold takes?
Steve Mariucci.
Yeah. The Dolphins take an offensive lineman. I mean, a lot of talk has been coming up about them trying to get up to 3 in front of Detroit.
Well, they do have 3 first-round picks.
But here's a question: do you think it's worth giving up either one of those first-round picks for a left tackle?
I mean, Depends on what they rate Herbert, because a lot of people are having them pick Herbert over Tua, and Miami's gonna be protesting, rioting if they take anyone not named Tua.
Yeah, 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 yeah. If you're a Miami Dolphin fan, you're rioting if the pick doesn't start with the Miami Dolphins are selecting quarterback Tua Tagovailoa, Alabama. If that's not what you hear, you're gonna be greatly upset. There's gonna be a lot of people greatly upset.
You just tag you in this. All right.
All right.
Thanks for the support, PD.
Yes. Man, Pete rocking with us bright and early.
All right. Real quick, before the draft starts,
yep.
As always, Off the Bench, it's sponsored by Diplomacy Clothing. Negotiate with style in the NFL draft. Yes. They got face masks, boy. Instagram.com/Diplomacy Clothing or at Diplomacy Clothing. They got a lot of, bro. Honestly, I was on their Instagram page. They got different. They got different. They're like Fortnite, bro. They're like Fortnite. They got different skins for the face masks. They said DLC free of charge. Yo, shout out to Kyle Miller too, the founder and creator of Diplomacy Clothing. He's been working his ass off to get these new products out on the line during Corona.
Cracking beers.
Have to, bro. Have to.
See, now George said we don't get sponsored by the beer company.
No, see that's why I got this nice little cover from my boy who's getting married next year. So there's no sponsor here.
But see, that's responsible. That's responsible. Me on the other hand, you're gonna have to kick me off the internet.
Yo, but apparently there's a lot of talk about the Lions trading down. Saints, Jets, Falcons, all talking about trading up. Makes me wonder if the Jets are actually going to take an offensive tackle.
I actually have thoughts that the Jets might trade down as well here. I think they might look at it how I don't know how many people who got viewing actually seen our mock draft, but you did, that I think both me and George haven't taken a tackle. And I think it's gonna come down to if either one of how much do they love the tackles at the vote? Like who's their top rated tackle and do they feel they can get him later?
Because I know for a fact,
that's the case.
they're not doing anything with George Fant. He's there for depth. He's not there to start. If George Fant is starting for the New York Jets. Oh, we can't hear you? You can't hear us? Well, that's a shame. Hang on.
Who can't hear us?
Excessive Games says we can't hear you. We can't hear your friend. Huh, that's weird.
That is weird. Is anyone else having issues with hearing? Anybody else?
Huh. Properties. Let me try this. Let me see what we got going on.
Mic check.
Yo, can you say something?
Mic check.
Okay. How about now? Because I just changed the settings.
It is mighty weird. Can anyone hear me now? Can you hear me now?
All right, can hear them, but
I don't have anything muted.
So they can hear you, but it's a little low. So let me just increase.
Okay, yeah, that could just be due to the fact that I had my mic a little bit further down. I got it closer now.
That's better. All right.
Let's just see if.
So we should be
good.
Cool.
Cool. Yeah, that's my fault.
Hey, all right, we got the NFL draft right now.
Yeah, it's time. It's time.
Oh, this is super lit, bro. I didn't even realize I was gonna do this. I got the TV audio for the draft, but I can still hear you through my computer. This dual monitor shit is lovely.
He's rubbing it in, guys. He's rubbing it in.
You heard what Joe Burrow said? Stop yelling. You heard what Joe
Oh
Burrow
man,
said
Joe
about his
Burrow.
hair? He said, "Oh guys, don't make fun of my hair. I haven't gone to the barber in weeks."
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, fair, fair. Um, I don't think anyone's expecting anything different from the first two picks. I think I'll be greatly shocked if Joe Burrow didn't go one, obviously Cincinnati, and
Well,
if
he'd be number one
we didn't see,
since what's his face, Carson Palmer, right?
yeah, and I don't think the Bengals. See, the thing with the Bengals are they haven't been horrible for long. You know,
Well,
they've
yeah.
always been semi decent.
My thing is that like their coaching has always been like not great.
I mean, Marvin Lewis ain't bad.
Like he just, I mean, Zach Taylor is not Sean McVay at all, and that's what they were hoping.
For sure, for sure.
They were praying that Zach Taylor would be the next Sean McVay, and now it's like, who the fuck is this Zach Taylor guy?
Um, anyone who looks like Sean McVay is getting a job
So
in
we
the
got 6
NFL.
viewers right now. Thank you to everyone who's liking and watching the stream right now. This
Shout
is
out.
amazing. Subscribe if you want more stuff like this, because we may do it.
Yeah, I mean, me and George talked about it off the camera. We want to see how the live stream, turns out. How many people like it? Is it sustainable in the long term? And if it is, we can definitely hook this up. We can do a lot more of these. I know Pete personally had brought up the idea of doing IG live videos, which
Yeah,
we
yeah.
can experience in that too. Yeah, we can talk about doing that.
I've seen a couple of podcasters doing IG live and then putting that on the YouTube. But we'll see because I think you need a certain app to try to get that done. It's a whole. Oh, they're still in Vegas. Oh wait, hang on. You know what? You know what's disappointing about this though is that they were hyping up this Las Vegas setup. They were like, oh, it's gonna be across the water. Like players are gonna cross like that famous fountain, the Bellagio or whatever it is, and then they're gonna get their hat and everything. But now it's like, it's just Roger Goodell in his basement.
I mean, ideally, they wanted to sell out those Raiders Tom Brady jerseys. That's what they
Oh,
really
that's
want.
what it is. You know, those kids in Africa are
Yeah,
rocking
that's what
those
they really want.
Those Brady Raider jerseys.
I mean, I probably would have got one. No, I'm not gonna lie. I would have probably would have copped. It would have been a nice
Oh,
fit.
it's Trey Wingo. Okay. NFL is doing the ESPN one. Well, I take back everything I said before we started the stream about ESPN.
Don't worry, guys. He said some things.
I said some choice words.
Any big shockers you looking forward to? You think we're gonna see anything that we wasn't expecting on seeing?
I'm really looking forward to what Miami does, because they could sit at number 5. They have the ammunition to move up to 3, maybe 2. But then again, like the Chargers could just mortgage their entire future for a guy. And then the
if
Tua
you're the
versus Herbert.
Chargers,
The Chargers are picking, I think, 6.
yeah, no, the
Yeah,
Chargers can
they're
definitely do
6.
some things if they don't think that Tyrod Taylor's their guy, at least for this year. Which I mean, I don't think anybody does, but I think there's a possibility that we could see Jordan Love.
Yeah.
Possibly, maybe they'll try to make a play to get back in the first round.
Oh
Late in the
shit! I
first
didn't know
round,
Roger
try to
Goodell
get
lived
Jordan
in
Love.
Bronxville, bro. About to go visit Roger Goodell right now.
He probably has COVID. That's why he's
Nah.
by himself in there. That's probably why he's in there, man.
We need to simulate the booze. Get some booze in the chat for Roger Goodell.
Please.
Get the booze in the
We gotta
chat.
make this authentic as possible.
Yeah, yo, I just got a snap from my boy EJ Eben. You remember Eben?
Yeah,
He's just like, I didn't know Roger Goodell lived in Bronxville. For those out of
nobody
state
did,
viewers,
man. Nobody did.
Just a spoiler, not to
Yeah,
reveal where each of us are at.
Pete Pete did say that he heard that they're going to rock with Taylor, and I've heard the same thing. I heard nothing that's going to indicate to me that they're going to try to snap up a quarterback here. I just think it will be possible that they can try to sneak back in the first round to get Jordan Love, but everything I've heard, they
Well,
seem to
see,
be
remember
very
if you
content with
remember
Tyrod
our
Taylor,
mock drafts, I had Jordan Love going to New England, but a lot of people are saying
which is
that.
looking more and more likely.
Well, they got the
Looking
ammunition
more and
now.
more
I
likely.
mean,
Yeah, for sure.
Rob Gronkowski trade, they can just trade
That was a
all the
stupid
picks.
trade.
They have
Stupid
so many
trade,
picks
man.
right now. Like, I would not
If
be surprised if they suddenly start going
if
the
you're Bill
rebuilding route.
Belichick, how do you get rid of How do you get rid of Rob Gronkowski and not take OJ Howard? That's what I would just in my mind. I'm like, how do you not take OJ Howard? I'm
I
not
don't
giving
know.
you Rob Gronkowski without OJ Howard. It's OJ Howard plus a pick. If you want Rob Gronkowski, I'm sorry.
So we got the national anthem going on, but again, it's so strange with what Miami's gonna do because you never know. No,
No,
the Patriots. They said they're gonna rock with. Yeah, I mean, you know what? I can see Tyrod Taylor being that guy, especially if you get Tua, because you can have Tyrod for a year, be somewhat
Here,
competitive, and then like
here's the
have
thing.
Tua heal up.
Here's the thing. I don't think enough people are trying to mention here. What if it's all a ploy, just for like the Chargers know Tyrod Taylor's not going to lead them to the playoffs. Obviously, nobody expects that to happen. But what if they go out there, and try to get Trevor Lawrence this year? Like maybe they'll just go out there and be like, you know what, I'll rock with Tyrod Taylor this year. He ain't hurting nobody. He'll get us a good first round pick. Maybe we can get Trevor Lawrence, and then you put Trevor Lawrence with those pieces. You got something going on. You got something going on.
Yeah, I mean it is because they're like in the middle ground of rebuilding. They're like in between of contenders and rebuilding because obviously that the loss of Philip Rivers is like tragic, but then again, he wasn't that great last year and
No,
previous years.
definitely wasn't.
Then you
And I
lose
mean,
Ingram, so
here's the here's the thing about Philip Rivers. A lot of people. I mean, I like Philip Rivers. I'm never going to bash the guy. But hold on, that's me.
bless you.
Thank you. I like Philip Rivers. But he wasn't winning them games. He was more or less trying to not lose the games.
Yeah, even though he threw like massive amounts of picks.
He always has though. That's always been Philip Rivers.
That's gonna be fun seeing Philip Rivers getting benched for Jacoby Brissett once he once he starts with
Is
5 TDs.
Is Philip Rivers starting over Jacoby Brissett?
Yeah, that's the plan. They're gonna keep. Apparently, they're gonna keep Jacoby. So that's another thing to look forward to. I mean, like, what if they trade away Jacoby? Because Jacoby went there he signed that new contract thinking he was going to be the quarterback of the future, and he's still young enough.
Oh no, for sure. And Jacoby Brissett, you can almost use him as a ploy. Like if a playoff team, say a playoff team loses their quarterback, they'll be in the market for Jacoby Brissett because he's not a bad quarterback by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, I mean, he's no. I don't know. The thing with Jacoby is you look at him and Garoppolo and you think, like, who would you rather build your team around? And Garoppolo really didn't show you much because they ran the ball like crazy.
The sexy answer, but I'm not sure how. Like, I don't know how much better. It's going to sound crazy. I don't know how much better Garoppolo is than Brissett. Outside of that, he's a little more mobile.
Yeah, and I think the thing with Garoppolo is that like Belichick really liked Garoppolo, so a lot of people are like, well, Belichick likes Garoppolo, then like. Obviously, he's gonna be the heir apparent, blah blah blah. Which it makes sense in one regard, but then again,
I mean,
he didn't win
Bill Belichick
the Super Bowl.
George. He likes Matt. He likes Matt Castle. He likes Pittman. He likes a lot of quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I mean, they're good.
I saw something from Barstool where they tried to make the argument that the Matt Castle New England Patriots team was the best Patriots team they've had. Because it was led by Matt Castle.
Who? Wait, hold on. I need a name again. Who said that?
Someone from Barstool. I don't know. I don't remember who, but Barstool Sports. The folks that are like primarily made of Bostonians.
Yeah. They definitely need to get that revoked. They lost all rights to talk sports. if they think
Listen,
ass.
I don't fight with these sports bloggers, but
Neither
the
do
reason
I.
it's
Neither do
blogging
I.
and
I'm a nice guy.
I'm a nice guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Fun guy. Fun guy. Yeah.
So thank you to the
So
7 guys.
everyone in the chat, drop right now. Who's gonna be the better pro? Tua, Burrow.
Ooh. Ooh. I like that. I'm like
Tua or
Goldberg
Burrow.
over here. Yeah, I hear that. But word, drop some comments in the chat, y'all. I don't want
Tua,
to
Burrow.
snag from
And
Dan Patrick and call him Chat Row, but
this
chat.
is not including injuries. Like this is dismissing any type of injuries because obviously, if Tua gets injured, this dismisses all that.
Oh yeah. If Tua is 100%, then like it's game over. Tua would have been number 1 overall, really.
Yeah, we wouldn't be having this discussion if Tua never got injured. We wouldn't be talking about it.
Is Andy Dalton still signed with the Bengals? He's still on the roster?
Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah, he's an LSU fan, so I mean, he's gonna go Burrow. I already know him. So disrespectful.
You know what? It's not a day 1 guy, but if we continue the rest of the rounds this weekend, I want to see day 2 where my guy Eno Benjamin ends up from Arizona State. Because
Arizona State?
The last 2 years, I turned into an Arizona State fan because they hired Herm Edwards, my guy. You play to win the game, Herm Edwards.
You play to win
the New York
game.
Jets.
George loves all his Jets fans. If he can just crowd them all in one room, trust me, you would. You would, guys. You will do it. All right, so that's 1 for Burrow. We got 1 for Burrow in the chat.
Which makes sense, you know. I mean, he had a great year.
For sure. Historic year.
The big notion, Dr. Fauci, get out of here. The thing with Burrow is that like, it is that 1 year, and I think he didn't play that much the previous years. This was like his big 1 year.
He played the year before, but he wasn't good. I mean, he wasn't bad. He wasn't good. You know, he wasn't going to be a number 1 pick. I'll tell you that. He wasn't going to be that guy.
Yeah. I mean, having Jefferson as your wide receiver and the second coming
of Justin Jefferson.
Yeah,
no, they got endless of riches over there. They had an endless of riches, but I mean, you still have to go out there and put the ball in the money. And I always tell that, you know, whenever I'm debating sports with somebody, and someone will be like, "Man, look how loaded that team is." It's like, yeah, you're right, but we've seen a loaded team, and Alex Smith with the Kansas City Chiefs, you know, and no disrespect to Alex Smith because he's a great quarterback, but you get a, you know, elite quarterback in there, you win Super Bowls. You know,
that's true. And really,
sometimes it's just. Go on. No, yeah, go
on. Philly needs like a big wide receiver.
Yeah, if Isaac's here, if Isaac is in this chat, I don't know if he's watching or not, but y'all need to go get Henry Ruggs. Y'all don't need to, if he's available, I don't even care if he's available. Y'all need to trade up because speed kills in this game, and Deshaun Jackson is a great guy. You know, great guy. Great. He's going to be forever a burner. It seems like he never ages, but you can rely more on a youngster than the injury-prone Deshaun Jackson. You know, the Deshaun Jacksons, they're great, you know, but Henry Ruggs.
Well, really, what happened, especially the last few years, is that they had guys that kept dropping the ball. And
Nelson Aguilar.
But they need consistent receivers, and Jefferson's really good, and Moss is really good at that.
Tommy, what's up,
now
man?
Now that I'm looking at all these head coaches and GMs.
JETSS, Jess. There you go. That's Nation in the building, huh?
Yo, what up, Thomas? Let's go. Thank you for joining the stream. What's it called?
Yeah, go on. You were talking about Justin Jefferson and the Eagles.
So I was looking. So as I'm watching ESPN introduce like all the offices of like the teams, it reminds me of the report that Jerry Jones told his scouting department not to interrupt him, which only tells me, Dallas, you're gonna screw this one up again, aren't you? You're gonna make Stephen A. Smith's day at ESPN tomorrow.
It sounds like it. And when I read that, all I could think to myself was, is he going to make a move that nobody else knows about?
I
Like,
mean, I mean,
I'm almost left thinking he might try and go get Jordan Love. He might. I'm not. I'm not gonna sit here and say he won't. He might, because if how are you gonna tell your scouting department, the people who scouted all of these people, who know probably more about these players than you do? Yeah, don't bother me. Don't bother me.
don't bother me.
Yeah, I'm making
Leave me
picks. Like,
alone.
to me that sounds. I'm gonna make irrational decision and draft who I think is the next best guy, and is going to get interesting in Dallas if that's the case. It's going to get real interesting.
Ooh. Listen, that Dak contract holdout that changes a lot of things. Him not being under contract changes everything for Dallas right now.
I mean, do you think Dak's the type of guy to hold out? I don't think he is.
I mean, he hasn't signed anything yet. He wants 35 mil.
I don't think he'll hold out though, man. Everything about Dak except demeanor just tells me he's here to play football, and I think the crew and the people he has around him is going to be in
Oh,
his
that's
ear
so
like, yeah, man.
disrespectful. That's
No,
so
it is super
disrespectful on
super
ESPN.
disrespectful.
They got the Madden Sims with the fans putting the bags over their heads. That is so disrespectful, bro.
Listen, the Carolina pick. You see this team on my hat. That team does something stupid. I'm pulling out a brown paper bag. I'm covering my face.
Joe Burrow. What a guy. What a guy Joe Burrow is.
Hey Tommy, better pro. Hold on.
Okay,
Sorry to
no, go
interrupt.
ahead.
Hey Tommy, I don't know if you was in the chat when I asked this question. Better prospect going forward. Drop your answer in the chat.
It goes for everyone else in the chat too. We want to hear your reactions.
Good. Personally, if there's no injury concerns, I love Tua. I love him.
Yeah, that's why I could see Miami taking Herbert and the Chargers taking Tua, only because really, I mean, are you going to trust Ryan Fitzpatrick to start a whole year and then maintain the status quo with just maybe an 8-8 season, 7-9, or would you rather just Tyrod Taylor to go that route and then build for the next year with your rookie?
I hear what you're saying.
Coming from a Jets fan, I know how Ryan Fitzpatrick plays in his second year. That first year, it's like, oh, look at that Fitzmagic. Oh man, all those wins come from out of nowhere, and it's like the next year you're like, all right, just maintain the boat. Don't rock the boat. Don't mess up, and then all of a sudden it's career highs in interceptions, throwing the game away.
In all fairness, you guys didn't have much running. In fairness.
Oh, all right. Tom says Tua. Oh,
yeah.
Snap. Let me get my WhatsApp out of here.
I'm thinking here, if the Panthers, listen, hear me out. With my Panther cap on. If the Panthers should contract Detroit about that third pick, if they really think the Giants might take Isaiah Simmons. Like, if the Panthers think Isaiah Simmons is that guy, which all reports I've read tell me they really love the guy.
Yeah.
They really think he's a high character guy. Obviously, they can't work the guy out or anything with all the COVID-19 stuff going on. Like, from all the interviews that they have done, I'm pretty sure they love the guy if he develops. Problem is, I don't know if he's going to be developed. And I know in my mock draft, I had him being available because I believe the Giants will value the offensive lineman to protect their franchise quarterback going forward over the generational defensive talent in Isaiah Simmons. But I tell you, man, I'm getting a little more nervous. I'm getting more and more nervous.
The Giants should go offensive line, get that guy Wills from Alabama, just to help Barkley and Jones. But it is Dave Gettleman. It is Dave Gettleman we're talking about here. This same guy that just wasted all that money on the defense. And you never know what could happen.
I'm kind of hoping Jason Garrett installs that. Hey, look at what we've been in Dallas. We built from the offensive line out,
Yeah.
And if you look at Wilkes, he could be your Tyron Smith, He could be your anchor for 15 plus years, Well, I can't say 15 plus, but 15 years, He gives you 15 great seasons. He was very well worth the fourth pick. I don't think anybody is laughing at the Cleveland Browns. I forgot which pick they had when they drafted Joe Thomas, but nobody's laughing at them for drafting them when everyone's like, "Hey, offensive lineman, that's not a second pick. That's not a great pick." Well, that offensive lineman is going in the Hall of Fame. If you believe that guy's the guy, you take him.
Oh yeah.
I just don't know if they're going to turn down what I believe to be the best defensive player, not named Chase Young, in the draft. And that's days.
Also, now that we're talking Chase Young and the Redskins, like, does Trent Williams get moved in this draft?
Possible.
He still said he doesn't want to play for Washington. He's
not
still
going
holding out for a trade.
He's definitely not going to play for Washington next year.
Look at Michael Irvin all spazzed up.
Michael Irvin looking great.
But I mean, he's an offensive tackle that teams, a playoff needy team, could use, and
for sure.
When he's healthy and he plays, he's one of the best tackles in the game.
Yeah, 5 tackle for sure.
So that's something to look at too. I mean, I feel like that no one is going to trade a first round pick, maybe not even a second round pick, but a third and a fourth maybe.
I'll trade a third for him. I'll trade a third for him.
It's possible, and I mean,
if you still believe he's the Trent Williams of old, there's nothing to talk about.
Ooh, okay. They're taking their time. I mean, 4 minutes left.
Yeah, I mean,
what is Cincinnati doing?
Browns have the 10th. Yeah, the Browns got the 10th pick, Pete.
They got the 10th pick, and that's the key. They could trade down, amass more picks to help build around Baker, or they could screw the rest of the Jets draft up and take one of the top tackles because they desperately need a guy since Thomas.
Y'all gonna screw your draft up. Don't worry about the other teams doing it. You guys gonna do it. You guys are gonna do it. He put the picks in. Pete said. I mean, I'm still running a counter here on mine, but
yeah, I still got the 320.
Even let it get down to 3 minutes when we all know you're taking Joe Burrow. Pretty astonishing.
I mean, I guess they have to do their due diligence and hear what teams have to offer. But
I don't care. I mean,
it's not like Jeff Fisher is fielding these calls. If Jeff Fisher was fielding, they would have a stockpile of draft picks and then screw up every draft pick with that. Sorry, St. Louis.
Joe Burrow to the Cincinnati Bengals. Woo!
Pick is in. We're talking about the Heisman. We might be a little behind since we don't have it live on TV. It's on the computer webs.
Streaming apps, yeah. I mean, for the first time ever, we didn't test run this, guys. This was something that we just kind of drove at. We were like, let's do this,
I'm not gonna lie to you, and this is mostly for my man's Pete over here. I went to New Orleans earlier this year for Mardi Gras, and I'm like,
seen the pictures.
It's strange that there's no LSU flags, and then I see a bunch of Bama folks, Bama fans, and I'm just like, Joe Burrow, go Tigers, go!
Everywhere. Everywhere. Pete said you were definitely behind. So I'm assuming by now they already have selected that they're taking Joe Burrow. Is that correct? Can we confirm?
I would assume so.
You can confirm that for me, Pete?
Yeah, I'm on the app. Yeah, they got Joe Burrow.
I assume.
Really talking up there. He looks so malcontent. So yeah, I guess.
Look at him.
I guess I'll go to Cincinnati. Now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I have no other option, right? I can't pull an Eli or anything, right? I can't say I don't want to go there, right?
So here's a question now that Joe Burrow is officially a Bengal. Is he going to be better than Carson Palmer? Because Carson Palmer is by far the most successful quarterback that went number 1 overall.
The most successful quarterback to go number 1 overall?
To Cincinnati. In their franchise? In their franchise.
Okay. All right.
In their franchise.
Oh, don't talk about Cam Newton like that.
In Cincinnati's franchise, he was the most successful to go number 1 overall.
Oh yeah, for
as
sure.
a quarterback.
Sure. Maybe. I don't think so. I don't think he'll be
they gave Carson Palmer a lot of help. I mean, he had Chad Ochocinco, he had T.O.
See, the thing is, I don't think people I think they took him for granted. I don't think people realize how good Carson Palmer really was. Like Carson Palmer was actually a point and gone top 5 quarterback in all of football. So you're asking me, do I believe he'll be better than that? Maybe. He could be. They drafted him number 1 overall, so he better be. For their sakes, he better be.
I'm curious to see who they compare him to, because that would be something. Because he does have a deep arm, and the thing is, AJ Green is.
I don't think he has elite arm strength.
Okay,
it's good. It'll do the job. I'm not saying he's gonna miss John Ross on the street for 45 yards. I think he'll hit him, but I don't think he doesn't have an electric arm. I think Tua has a better arm. If you ask me off of straight arm talent, I think Tua has a stronger arm.
This could be depending on the health of AJ Green too, and if he stays.
I mean, they re-signed him.
They re-signed
franchise tagged him or whatever. But no, the franchise tagged him. But
I mean, franchise tag is always tricky.
He'll play. No, I'm pretty sure he'll play. I'm sure he'll play because he signed it.
Yeah.
So it's not like there was a thought of, oh, am I going to sign this or not? He signed it. I'm pretty sure he's going to play there.
Because that's the thing.
And I mean, it's Joe Burrow.
How explosive can that offensive be with AJ Green?
AJ Green, healthy. Tyler Eifert, John Ross, Tyler Boyd. We're talking a great receiving core. That's a great receiving core. If all's healthy, that's a great receiving core.
So does Andy Dalton get moved now at some point in this draft?
Yeah, for sure.
What do you think he goes for?
Andy Dalton, 3rd rounder, 4th rounder. I don't think he'll move for anything crazy.
Okay. Any predictions on what team would pick him up? Jaguars, because apparently they don't like their guy in Gardner Minshew.
Jaguars are tanking. I give me till New England makes their selection.
Okay.
Before I can answer that for you, I gotta see what they do. There's talks that New England might try to get Jalen Hurts in the later rounds, but I don't know if Bill Belichick is going to want to take that work project.
I don't know. I mean, he's never coached a guy that's mobile.
No.
Pick is in for Redskins.
I mean, that's not a hard. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad thing. Like, people like, oh, Bill Belichick style of quarterback is a drop back quarterback. Well, that's just because all we ever seen him with was Tom Brady. You're not getting rid of the greatest ever. So, of course, all we're going to sit here and say is
Tom Brady and Jared Goff is the comparison. See, here's the thing, though. Tom Brady, he was a 6th-round pick, but he was always in and out at Michigan.
Hold on. Pocket mechanic is what they're talking about when they say Tom Brady. So I'm like, there's no way you're comparing anything from Tom Brady's game to Joe Burrow. I'm sorry, Joe Burrow. Don't get me wrong. But no. Pocket awareness, okay, I'll give them that.
So real quick, before the Redskins pick is announced.
Before they take Chase Young?
Before they take Chase Young. Gronk got traded to the Bucks.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts?
Nice signing. I don't think it makes them as OP as everyone thinks they are. Everyone's like, oh my God, they're gonna be running through everybody. I don't see that. I don't think Gronk's every down tight end anymore. Honestly, I think he's gonna, take it back a little bit. I think he's gonna he'll be down in 3rd down, big run plays and stuff like that. I don't think he's gonna be used as much as he was in New England, because they got OJ Howard and Cameron Brate.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's a good signing.
I mean, definitely gives Tom Brady a target he's used to. And obviously, New England's not going to give up Edelman. Sorry, Edelman. I know that's your boy. That's their best friend, Brady and Edelman.
Actually, I heard some things about Matt Patricia trying to get a hold of Julian Edelman out of
Matt Patricia
New
can
England.
do all he wants. This isn't going to be the Detroit Patriots. He better make Stafford a happy quarterback, because there's no way anyone else is going to get traded over there.
I mean, you get a Julian Edelman, he'll be happy. He'll be happy.
So Burrow stays in Ohio, which I guess works well for him location-wise. Gonna fill the seats in Cincinnati, having a hometown hero.
The thing is, you don't ever see that really pan out the way people think it is. You know, there's a lot of burden on being the hometown kid and having to carry a whole defense. I mean, a whole team, not even just the defense, the whole team. The offense, the coaching staff, everyone's job is on the line. When you take a quarterback number 1 overall, they don't pan out. You know, how many people have we seen get fired because they took a quarterback number 1 and the quarterback sucked? You know, like.
Shout out to all the viewers out there sticking with us, even though we're a little behind.
Yeah, definitely. Sorry about this, guys. The whole thing is kind of.
Well, you know, it goes with the YouTube streams. You know, we're always a little behind, maybe a few seconds. And there's Chase Young. He's talking to Washington.
I mean, if anyone gonna be shocked that Chase Young being selected here, like let's be honest here. Like if they didn't say Chase Young,
Ron Rivera is hype as hell though. He's hyped.
Oh, for sure. He got Julius Peppers 2.0. He didn't even coach Julius Peppers. You know? Well, he coached the tail end of Julius Peppers. He didn't coach, like, prime Julius Peppers. And that's prime Julius Peppers right there. You know? Time you get a guy like that, man. Listen, you happy. You take it.
This is going to be good for Washington. I
mean,
sticking with Dwayne
usually
Haskins.
when you see people get off the phone, they seem a little more happier. He doesn't seem excited, so I don't know what was said on the phone call.
I mean, have you seen the news about the Washington Redskins owner? It's the Redskins.
Look at Coach Ron Rivera. Come back, Ron. Come back.
Riverboat
Come
Ron.
back to Carolina.
Chris Sims just tweeted out, Joe Burrow is the closest thing I've seen to Peyton Manning.
Hold on.
This Chris Sims of NBC Sports tweeted, Joe Burrow is the closest thing I've seen to Peyton Manning.
Okay. All right. So they took Chase Young. Now I can tune into what you just said. All right. So what about Andrew Luck? What?
That's an interesting comparison. Not one that ESPN or
very.
And
very.
Chris Sims, he's been
Especially
on
considering
point with some of his comparisons and his analysis.
Hold on, Pete. Someone block Pete out of the chat from talking. And just said better than Pete, man. I'm gonna need for you to hang up.
Yes, better than Pete.
Get out of here, Pete. Get out of here.
Listen, he don't got all those neck surgeries, so right now he's definitely healthier. He's definitely healthier than Peyton.
So this is almost like another hometown kid. I didn't realize Chase Young was from Maryland Landover.
And I was just by Baltimore too, in February.
Yeah.
But this is a good pick for.
This is definitely nice
for the Redskins. I mean, they're probably not going to win the NFC East anytime soon, but just disrupting Dak, maybe if he plays for Dallas. Daniel Jones.
They got the best defensive line now. I believe if you would ask me who has the best, well, I don't know, Eagles still there. But to me, this might make the best. They might have the best defensive line now in that division.
Yeah. I mean, they might win a couple games because of Chase Young, honestly. Because Dwayne Haskins, you don't know what they're going to do.
Sacks last year. And I got to recheck those stats, but they might have been top 5.
Yeah.
And now you just added Chase Young. I mean, Chase Young is. You know what? I read a report on it was on Twitter. Somebody was like, Chase Young just doesn't have the motor I would like. He didn't finish the season great. I'm like, man, listen, if I know I'm about to be at worst second pick of the NFL draft, why am I going to go out there and risk the injury? Why would I do that? Tell me, why would I do? Why would I do that? Because all I'm going to do is hurt my draft stock. You see his mother there, his sister. I'm sure that's what it is. His father, his brothers, and cousins, and like.
So
man,
so Connor Rogers of Bleacher Report says Tony Romo and Matt Ryan in a blender is how he describes Joe Burrow, the number 1 overall pick.
Matt Ryan and Tony Romo. Okay, that's a more accurate.
That's a more
accurate. Hey man, I don't know about all that.
We might have to count that down. On our end, we're approaching 2 minutes for the Lions pick, which basically reads to me they're fielding phone calls right now. They want to try. Oh, they got a pick. It's gonna be Jeff Okudah. Guaranteed it's gonna be Jeff Okudah.
They're picking.
They pick is in.
Wow, I guess they couldn't trade out. I guess they probably was asking for too much. Honestly, they probably. What do you think they're asking for to get to third? What do you think the pick? What you had to give up was?
Obviously, your first round pick. Maybe next year's first.
That's a given.
And
you think they're asking for 2 1s?
Probably 2 1s this year and next.
If you're Miami, if Miami would contact them to get up to 3, what do you think? What they was asking Miami for? Because Miami's not giving you 2 1s to go up. What
they might have asked Miami for all 3 of their first
spots. Why am I giving you 2 1s?
They might have been saying, "Hey, Miami, you got 3 first round picks. Why don't you give them all to us if you want your quarterback so bad?"
Yep. Yeah. I'll let you take your corner. At that point in time, you can have your corner. You can have Jeff Okudah and call it a day. Now, do you think Jeff Okudah makes them better? Because I don't. I think you.
No, obviously, I mean, maybe if Darius Slay was still there, that would have been a great 1-2 punch on defense. But this isn't gonna put them over the top, especially at number 3. I would have accepted the best offer available. There's Matt Patricia.
Yeah, and here's the thing: if you're the Detroit Lions, man, Jeff Okudah is not better. Well, obviously better than either one of them. You know, they're all tightly bunched. They're all pretty good corners. I think that's why they wanted to back up to get out of this pick, honestly.
So it's official, Jeff Okudah.
Yeah, they took Okudah.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that was probably number 1 on their board, but they probably knew they can get him at 5 or 6. You know, you didn't have to take him here at 3, but I mean, good for the kid, great corner. Yeah. He's gonna do what they, you know.
And mind you, this is the Ohio State. The last corner I think that went out this early was Denzel Ward. No.
Denzel Ward.
And he's been killing it. If it wasn't for the Baker Mayfield circus going on, Denzel Ward would have been the biggest story out of Cleveland. Because he's been killing it on their defense.
Oh, yeah. Denzel Ward's great. Yeah, Denzel Ward's definitely a great corner. I just don't know what they were asking for to take. Now, hold on. This is the pick I get. I need the Giants not to go ahead and do what I think they're going to do and take my man.
New York, stand up.
Nope. Yeah.
New York, stand up.
Yes, Pete. Pete, here's your team.
We got the Giants on the clock.
Before I converted Amanda to a Panther fan, this was her team. He looked up at the screen like, Giants? We don't cheer for them anymore, babe. It's over. We're 7. You picked 7.
Giants could also trade down, honestly, if they really want to.
They could. Yeah, they could.
That's a team.
No, actually you can't. No, you can't. No. You can't, George. Here's why. Because Miami's going to take Wilkes.
You think so?
If he's there, I think so. They would. Because why else would they want to get to 3? If they didn't, you know? Like what? Because if they were going to take Tua, they're going to take Tua right there at 5. You don't need to move up for that. You know? Oh, Pete's covering his eyes. Pete's like, I don't want to see what's going to happen next.
I'm just checking Twitter right now to see what the movements are for Giants. They could go offensive line.
Oh, okay. Look at Matt Patricia.
He's all happy. He's excited.
We just drafted the greatest corner ever.
Skip Bayless.
Ooh.
Skip Bayless tweeted that.
Jeff Okuda?
Jeff Okuda.
Oh, no.
Perennial All-Pro.
Okuda? I like what I see, but...
Now, Connor Rogers is comparing Okuda to Nnamdi Asomugha.
I feel like that's an accurate description. If we're being honest, that's a kind of accurate description.
I agree.
Not bleeding fast, but he's fast.
Yeah. Nnamdi was out of this world, though. But yeah, I mean, I guess if you're Detroit, trading away Darius Slay to the Eagles obviously created a hole at corner.
But why? If you're a Detroit Lion fan, I don't know any. If you're a Detroit Lion
I don't know any. But
if you're a Detroit Lion fan, sit here and think about this for a minute. Let this sit on your brain.
Oh, damn it.
You just gave up Darius Slay, arguably a top 5 corner in all football. So,
right.
That's one thing. But then you just got rid of him. Okay. So you basically just replaced Darius Slay for Okuda. He'll, at maybe his best, he'll be as good as Darius Slay is. But what reason did you do that? Not making your team any better.
I mean, true, but it's Detroit. Matt Patricia, I guess, wants to show that he can groom his own. Who's the corner? Stephon Gilmore.
Okuda will never be as good as Stephon Gilmore. You can book that in. Never. Never.
Never, ever.
Stephon Gilmore's the best corner in all football.
Oh, Pete said Skip Bayless, his word doesn't... He's a Dallas fan, so his word doesn't count. I mean, it's true, bro.
You're not lying, Pete.
I gotta say, though, I'm liking Fox Sports 1 Skip Bayless over ESPN Skip Bayless.
They're both saying crazy things anyway, so I mean, regardless of how you look at it. So who do you think here is going for the Giants?
They need an offensive tackle just to help protect. Because as much as you want to go Isaiah Simmons.
I know in your mock draft you had Isaiah Simmons. Do you stick on that? Is that still where you're going? Or
I mean,
are you still gonna,
truthfully,
are you coming to my side?
Truthfully, looking back on it, yeah, because you need some form of defense after letting go of all those highly paid veterans that did not equate to the contracts you gave up.
Oh, look, it's Gage. Don't hate on Dallas, Pete. Tell him, Gage.
Gage.
Y'all okay with going 8-8, and it's fine. What's up, brother? Appreciate you joining the stream.
But it's. I think they might shake it up, but realistically, looking at that team, Isaiah Simmons fits for defense, but they need an offensive tackle. Yeah. And when I made that pick in the mock draft, I was thinking like Dave Gettleman. Because Dave Gettleman, he's the cat that would just be like, oh, well, we clearly need an offensive tackle, but I like this guy out of Clemson much more.
I mean, if he turns out to be like the next Bobby Wagner, Luke Kuechly linebacker, I mean, it's justified. It's a justified pick. I think he'll be that. You have
to understand, if you're Dave Gettleman, this could be your last draft. You got to get this right.
Well, to be fair, if he didn't draft Saquon Barkley 2 years ago, he probably would have been fired already.
I mean, Daniel Jones, we got to figure out how he turns out.
I mean, Daniel Jones didn't look bad. All things considered, didn't look bad.
But he needs an offensive line help, and that division, pretty much any division in football, is won in the trenches.
Sure. Man, the pick is in.
Oh, shit.
This is my draft right here, ladies and gentlemen. If I hear Isaiah Simmons' name, I'm not happy. And I apologize again if I know we're behind. So there's a chance that they could have already selected who they're about to select here, and I'm just a little bit behind. But
yeah, no, it's on my end as well. I mean, that's the thing with you see that a lot in the WWE pay-per-view reaction videos. those live streams are usually far behind, like maybe a minute or two behind from what the actual the action that's going on
What's actually
screen.
going on?
I'm out here slurring my words already.
You know when the Giants had Odell?
I remember Odell.
Remember
I remember Eli Manning.
Oh God, Isaac's here. Oh God, Isaac's here. Go Eagles. Oh gosh. What up, bro?
Fly, Eagles, fly.
Shut up. We don't sing that toxic song here.
Joe Judge. This is the most shocking head coaching hiring I have ever seen. I would have taken the hiring of Jason Garrett as head coach over Joe Judge.
Like I said, George, they couldn't just flat out hire the guy.
So
they had to hire somebody.
Do it.
So they had to hire somebody they could fire mid-season when they're like 2-8.
I want to see my man Garrett in MetLife Stadium just clapping after every possession.
Stuff, guys, good stuff. I mean, 3-out, but good stuff. Y'all really worked for that. I really did that.
Okay, pick us in.
Oh man. Just don't take Isaiah Simmons. That's all I ask. Just don't take him.
You know Dave Gettleman's gonna do it.
Look at him. Look at him.
He's stressed.
I have to just take my defensive player like that, man. He's taking my next Luke Kuechly. Don't let him do it. No. Shut up, Mel Kiper. You don't know what you're talking about. Who the hell is Mel Kiper anyways, right? Who the hell is that guy? Look, Bailey came in. Bailey came in the room. Bailey said, I have to see what they're about to pick.
Bailey heard. My boy Trey Wingo is like, the pick is in. Dun 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 dun.
Hold on.
Andrew Thomas, Georgia. Ooh, okay.
You know, I was getting ready to boo him. Let me tell you guys, I was getting ready to boo. Man, was I getting ready. As y'all seen this my face. Y'all know me. Y'all know my face.
Now, this is the guy you said the Jets should pick up, but he's the highest rated tackle.
That's who I had y'all taking.
He is the highest rated tackle.
Let me tell you, George. Does anyone think Gettleman is actually doing a good job as GM? No, Gage. Let me answer that question for you right now. No, Gage. He just hit on a couple of draft picks who are all right. So that's enough to keep his job. But man,
the last 2 first-round picks kept him employed. Everything else, free agency wise.
I mean, let's sit here and think about it. You could have Saquon Barkley, Daniel Jones, Sterling Shepard, Golden Tate, Odell. That's a pretty good offense. That's an Evan Ingram.
Honestly, I think he might have gaffed that Odell trade. I feel like he could have gotten a lot more for Odell.
He could have,
especially with
Odell Beckham.
Yeah, especially with Cleveland. You know they're not going to be better than 500 anytime soon, even with Baker and Odell.
Yeah,
and you know they have a ton of draft capital. You could have gotten more for Odell. That was my big thing when that happened. Like, okay, you get technically a first-round player in Jabril Peppers.
Oh, yeah.
But
yeah, for sure.
If not, mid-round picks.
He said he's wearing a mask inside. Pete, that's your guy. That's your draft pick. Support him. Support him.
This is the guy's going to protect your quarterback, Pete.
That guy is in charge of protecting Daniel Jones for the next 10 years. Oh, no, he ain't. Wait, no, he ain't.
No, you see the mask is on the table now. The mask is on the table.
Oh,
look at Dave Gettleman. Look at Dave Gettleman.
Oh, Dave Gettleman has mask on.
He got that.
Yeah. That's your guy.
Oh, Dave Gettleman.
Gettleman keeps saying everyone away. Man, listen. Let me tell you, the Giants are borderline good, and what I mean by borderline is they have talent. They just have no defensive talent. And I was hoping y'all wasn't going to get one here. Did you see that? I seen that chart earlier. It was the chart of all the players that the Dolphins had let go ended up being great. Larry Tunsil was an All-Pro. Michael Fitzpatrick was an All-Pro. And then everyone. That's what I'm saying.
I forgot they had Robert Quinn for a hot second. I forgot they had Robert Quinn.
Mm-hmm. Who we got going here,
starting
guys?
quarterbacks. Oof.
Who we got going here?
Depend. Honestly, it all depends on
Just Tua?
what they think about. If it's Tua, then they really like what Fitzpatrick did last season.
I mean, Wilkes didn't get selected there. Wilkes is still on the board. Do we see Wilkes go off the board here?
Yeah, I could see Wilkes.
Oh, question. Here's a question. Now it's a little premature here. If Miami passes on Tua, does the Chargers take him? Do the Chargers take him?
The Chargers take him. The Chargers take him. They love Tyrod.
Sure,
he
right?
could be the honestly.
Sure, right?
Now that this has been going on, Tua is perfect for Chargers. They have Tyrod who can play 1 or 2 years. Tua can get 100%.
Yeah.
And once you're done with Tyrod for a year or two, we can put Tua in there. It can be the Aaron Rodgers effect.
I mean, you can't say the Aaron Rodgers effect because no one's going to respect Tyrod Taylor as Brett Favre.
No.
That's just never going to be the case. But I know what you mean.
It's the same concept where you have a veteran quarterback.
Eagles
playing.
Hold on. Eagles are the best.
He sounded like Rusev over here. Rusev. Eagles are the best. Eagles number 1. Eagles is the best. Eagles number 1.
Wasn't the Dolphins' motto "Tank for Tua"? Yes, it was. And here's their chance.
Oh, pick is in. They're not traded. Pick is in.
Tua.
I don't know.
Much appreciated to everybody rocking with us in the stream. Much appreciated.
Thank you for everyone joining the stream right now. We got 5 likes so far on the stream. This is great. Thanks to everyone that are joining us. I'm at this for about an hour now.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't know. This is such an interesting case with the Dolphins.
You have to take Tua, man. I mean, we don't see Tua on the phone, so that's why I'm a little worried. I'm a little more.
They haven't shown Herbert yet. They haven't shown Herbert yet doing anything.
They haven't shown Herbert either. I think they might take Wilkes here, Jordan. I kid you not. They might take Wilkes.
If they get offensive tackle, that's a power move. If they take a tackle and then think they can still trade into the.
Well, hear me out, because they have so many picks, George. You got to think about this. Okay, everyone in the chat joining in on this as well, if you can. You take the tackle here, right? You got to probably it's not the number 1 tackle on the board, number 2, and then you can still get Jordan Love mid-round.
I don't know if Miami fans are gonna be loving that Jordan. I don't know if they're gonna love Jordan Love coming to Miami.
Why not?
It's not Tua. The whole point of this season was to tank for Tua. Cleveland failed.
You're right.
Cleveland technically did suck for Sam, but ended up taking Baker Mayfield.
Sucks for Sam. Baker, we trust. On the road to victory.
That's a gamble though to go offensive tackle and attempt to trade up or wait, expecting one of the quarterbacks to fall. Here's a pick. It's Tua. Tua's going to Miami.
It was a Miami Dolphin. I mean,
what happened?
They had to do it.
Oh, I was expecting a different stat there, Trey Wingo. So for the first time since Kellen Moore, we're gonna have a left-hander. I mean, honestly, let's say if Ryan Fitzpatrick sucks, right? And Tua's still hurt. You have Josh Rosen.
Very much possible.
You have Josh Rosen there. You could see if Josh Rosen could be a decent backup to Tua. I mean, it's a thought. It's a thought. It's a thought. They still have. They draft.
No.
It's a thought.
You put him in if you want Trevor Lawrence next year. That's what you do.
I mean, you gotta have someone back him up.
Yeah, man. Man, listen. Now here's the Chargers. Now I think the telltale sign here is going to be how long does it take for the Chargers to get this picking. They're already at 6 minutes, but what you feeling, George? What you feeling here?
This could be the Herbert pick, which means Tyrod's job may be safe for week 1, but once preseason starts and we see that boy play, it won't be his for long.
What's the possibility here? Hear me out. What's the possibility here? We can see Derek Brown go.
What was that?
What's the possibility we see that big DT out of Auburn, Derek Brown go here?
Oh, for the Chargers? Ooh, that's. I mean, it's possible.
If they're not
they need
in
defense.
love, yeah. What's that possibility that they may not be in love with Justin Herbert? And if that's the case, you're not going to take him. And then at that point, it becomes best available player. I mean, Isaiah Simmons you could take here, but you already have a Derwin James. You won't need really on Isaiah Simmons. I think you put that big DT Auburn from Derek Brown there, man, and you got a superstar almost at every level. You have Derek Brown at the
if they're true to their word and they actually love Tyrod Taylor, then I can see them taking Derek Brown. Because maybe Tyrod just sucks enough, because really next year you have to win no more than 2 to 3 games to get Trevor Lawrence.
To get Trevor Lawrence.
So
that's the win goal.
Oh, he's showing off his jacket. But anyway, you need Tyrod to not win that many games. And Tyrod is already trying to prove himself over the embarrassment that was the Hard Knocks with the Browns, excuse me. Where it was basically like, oh, it's a quarterback battle between Tyrod and Baker, and then it was like, no, Baker's fighting for the backup spot. And that whole fiasco with Hugh Jackson, so
I mean,
Tyrod's not going to be comfortable with just 3 wins.
I mean, I just love everything about Tua, man. Everything about Tua just tells me that this man's going to be a great quarterback if he stays healthy.
Is he going to be like Steve Young?
I hate the Steve Young comparison. I can see it, honestly. I can honestly see it. That's actually a pretty accurate comparison.
I mean, is it because they're both left-handed?
Well, it's because they're both left-handed, but if you watch their game, they play very similar. They play a very similar game. They're both mobile. They're both not going to wow you with speed, but I mean, you see that throwing the move, and that was accurate. That was pinpoint. That was right on the money.
Mark Brunell, that's a comparison.
Yeah,
I
don't know.
I think they're really just going for the opposite hand quarterback.
Listen. If I'm a Dolphin fan and they compare my franchise quarterback to Mark Brunell, I'm no longer happy about my selection. You got an ancient Dolphin. I don't want none of that. You could have
gone with Boomer Esiason. You could have gone anywhere else. Mark Brunell.
Man, listen. You're not gonna compare me to some Mark Brunell. I'm sorry. No disrespect to the guy, but you're just not gonna do that. Mm-mm.
I mean, is that just one of those things where it's like quick? There's no other left-handed quarterbacks to compare him to. Was that Chris Mortensen?
I mean, are the Chargers trying to trade out of the pick or something? I mean, why haven't they selected yet?
I could see them trading out. I mean, it's like if it's like you said, where they're not in love with any of the quarterbacks, and they were set on Tua, they could be trading out. And the Chargers are I guess they're stuck in a predicament because they're trying to catch up to the Rams. Because really, you look at the Chargers games last year at that soccer stadium, they didn't have many fans. No one really cares for the Chargers in LA.
No, they're fighting the same struggle that the. Oh, okay, they're picking it. So I guess we'll see here. They traded for Trey Turner. They got the Panthers right guard Trey Turner. He's a Pro Bowl caliber guard. So I mean, they're sharing up offensive line. Another possibility we see Willis go here.
Okay, I could see Willis.
They traded Russell Okung. So I mean,
so there's a need there.
To tackle. Yeah.
I believe there's 2 more quarterbacks.
Really?
Oh, was that
what's going on, really? going on? Your Saints
Sis,
don't
what's
pick the
going
late.
on?
You're here early.
You're early.
Your Saints don't pick till later. But you came just in time to watch my Panthers.
You know what? It's tough for the Chargers because they really need to make some noise in this draft to get people excited.
Yeah, and the offensive line is not a sexy pick by any stretch of the imagination.
You know what's really funny? A year or two ago, you could have said Jake Fromm would go in the first round, and
Could have,
now
and you
he's
could have.
more of a backup, second round, third round pick.
Then we watched him play.
Poor Jake.
We
Poor Jake
watched the
Fromm.
man play. And
So after this pick, it's your guys. Hopefully for you, Isaiah Simmons is still on the board.
listen, man, if they take Isaiah Simmons,
Oh, if they take Isaiah Simmons.
I would not be happy. As much as I like Derek Brown, great tackle, DT, but no. Give me Isaiah Simmons. Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go.
Shh. Don't nobody say anything.
Justin Herbert is the pick. Justin Herbert. Oh, snap.
Because the obvious need was quarterback. The obvious need, and it was almost like we could probably trade out of this pick and still get Herbert later. And then they were probably trying to figure out, well, what's the furthest we can go down without actually losing the kid. And then they probably see Jacksonville sitting there at 9, and they're like, there's a possibility they could take him. So I mean, Mark calling not now Panthers. There's 6 minutes on the clock. Don't overthink this.
Don't overthink this.
Don't do anything stupid. Don't do anything. Don't make this more difficult than what it needs to be. We have Shaq Thompson, who I love, yes, but he's never going to be Isaiah Simmons.
Well, the
So
good
go
thing
ahead
so
and
far, since you're talking Panthers, I mean, you have Isaiah Simmons. You still have, Derek Brown. But
stop saying that. Stop saying that.
But as for the New York Jets, since we barely talked Jets so far, since we're still early in the draft, only one of the top offensive tackles have been taken. Carolina doesn't have a need at tackle right now. Arizona maybe.
No, we do. No,
I mean, taking over Simmons though.
No, but yeah. Yeah, your Jets are sitting in a prime position here to get a great tackle. Sitting in prime position. After us, Arizona, I think, might take a tackle. I think that's possible.
Yeah, I mean, they need protection for Kyler Murray. He can't run around every game.
And then
can only avoid so many sacks.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The thing about Herbert is that what worries me is that Arizona State game. He turned it over quite a lot.
Yeah, but I mean that Oregon program in general is just obviously horrible. It's a badly run school right now. That's not to take a stab at the coaching staff or anything. They don't have Herbert. I don't know. Are they a top 25 team? That's just being honest.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting though. I wonder how long. Now, what's your prediction on how long Tyrod Taylor stays as a starter?
I'll give him the year. I can give him the year.
They would bench. They would keep Herbert on the bench.
Maybe not the entire year. Maybe not the entire year, because you're going to want to get the kid playing time at some point in time. I feel like as soon as they're no longer in playoff contention is when we will see him in.
So around the trade deadline?
About. Oh, gosh. Sorry, guys. Technical difficulties. Well, the pick's in, so, I mean, it took longer than I would like, but See, we'll see who it is.
All right, let me check out Bleacher Report right now. Connor Rogers. No, what's funny is that Connor Rogers is actually an old friend of a good friend of mine, and I might have
George got all
actually.
the connects. George got all the connects, guys. Yeah. So far, no shockers.
No,
If we're
everything's
being,
going pretty much down the way everyone expected.
he said week 8, depending on the record. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's trade
Possible.
deadline, right? Week 8.
Yeah, week 8, week 9. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I could see that happening only because like you
I mean,
give
how
Tyrod
bad do
eight
your record
weeks.
have to be out of playoff contention by
Yeah,
week 8?
no more, no better than 500.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
you
three
got
and
no more than
four,
3
two
wins.
and, 2 and 5, that kind of deal.
Yeah, you can't have more than 3 wins. I feel like they have more than 3 wins. Tyrod Taylor probably still in the game. you know.
But what was I gonna say? Yes, week 8. So that gives the Chargers a chance to see if Tyrod Taylor is legit. Maybe boost his trade stock depending on how well he plays, despite the record.
I mean,
And
even
gi-
then,
and give
Tyrod.
him and give him a chance to just get something in return for
Now, hear this out. This takes Cam out of play and the Chargers completely. Like
yeah.
now, you're not taking Cam. There's no reason to sign the guy.
Jacksonville could take a wide receiver still if they need it. They
Yeah,
could
they
they,
could. They,
they
they
could take
definitely could.
they could trade down for a team that needs an offensive tackle or a wide receiver.
Um, I think Jacksonville might explore the option of trading out. I think they might also look at the option of maybe snagging one of those corners that I mentioned earlier in the stream that, not too far off of Jeff Okuda. There's I think two other great corners in this. Oh, the Christian McCaffrey. Is Christian making my pick? Christian making my pick? Because if so, you better say how they sent. How's the quality on the stream, guys? Everything good? Everything coming across
Well, hopefully
smooth?
the analytics tell me the stream's going. It's an excellent connection. We're maintaining a good number of viewers, which thank you all for watching us. We have 93 playbacks, which is very well, very good.
Oh, nice. Thanks, guys. Thanks. Appreciate everything.
Appreciate everyone tuning in.
Except Isaac.
Exactly.
He just comes in here talking about some Eagles. I don't know who came in here and wanted to hear that, but you're in the wrong stream, buddy. If you want to hear us talk Eagles.
Well, Herbert has a high ceiling and he has the biggest upside, but the highest floor. So there's a lot you can work on, which is why he could make sense with Los Angeles and the Chargers.
No, Herbert definitely makes sense. Yeah, Herbert
So-
definitely makes sense. I mean, he's a West Coast kid already.
And like you said before, I mean, Oregon is not the best program for quarterbacks.
No.
And
No.
he's
No.
going to, obviously the Chargers, they have really good pieces around him and wide receiver and tight end. So he could definitely develop better. But
I mean, if you look at the size,
You go on?
if you look at the size, if you look at the size of the Chargers team, hold on, the Panthers about to make their selection. I'll get right into this afterwards.
Uh-oh.
What?
I'm right again. 7 for 7, my guy.
If this kid don't end up being Warren Sapp, I'm raging.
What did I tell you, bro? What did I tell you? Everyone watch
I
the
did
mock
not
draft
think
video
of
right
ASM.
now to see me and my
Oh
glory
my gosh.
accurately pick.
Oh my gosh. Matt Rule, fire him now. Fire him now. Yeah, fire him now.
That's your
No.
coach, man. You gave him a massive deal.
No, it's over. I don't care. Fire him. GM go to the owner's got to go. You know who wouldn't have made that pick? Ron Rivera wouldn't have made that pick. Ron Rivera would have took the better.
Come on,
We
man.
got K1 short. I'm trying.
Yeah.
The last. Why are we doing this? It seems like every year the defensive player. Every
Yes,
year.
Gage. Very interesting pick indeed.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you agree, Roland?
Hold on.
Gage agrees. That's an interesting pick.
Hold on. I need to read off to you what I know, guys, because y'all have to hear this. Like, I kid you not. I think going back as far as the last three, they know. When did we draft DJ? 2 years ago. The last two picks we had that went in the first round. Man, listen. Well, now the Arizona Cardinals are about to go ahead and get themselves a great linebacker.
/ safety. Ooh, man.
Look at him. Look at him. What am I watching? Because he can stop the run. I don't care.
Big man.
George. The teams in our division aren't running the ball. They're throwing the ball all over the place.
Look, him and Shorts can be the great duo inside.
No. Oh my gosh. We're really gonna have Shaq Thompson at middle linebacker.
What kind of defense does Matt Rule plan to run in Carolina?
We're going back to a 4-3 scheme.
I mean, I guess this makes sense if you're going back to a 4-3.
No.
I guess.
No. Doesn't make sense.
I mean, I would have preferred to take Simmons to replace Luke Kuechly. Or what if Matt Rule still thinks Kuechly's available?
He's not coming back.
He's not
my emotions. Not coming back.
Oh Lord.
They really drafted this guy.
This is your team, bro.
And he's pumping his
Look, they're
fist.
all excited.
He's pumping his fist.
Look at the Auburn coach. He's all excited. Like, finally.
Yeah, they already drafted Tua.
They
already drafted him.
Tua's going to Miami.
He went to Miami.
Look at that, man. He's SEC Defensive Player of the Year. How could you be upset with that?
Look at my face. This is how. Lord. I mean, I trust my team.
Riddick is preaching to the choir right now. No one else can run the 4-3 better.
I mean, if they believe he's that guy, I guess. I was getting ready to go get my. I was getting ready to go get my Isaiah Simmons jersey, but now I don't know. I'm not getting a Derrick Brown jersey. I'm sorry.
All right, pick is about to be announced by Roger Goodell.
Cliff got a nice crib. Yes, he did. Yes, he does. I've seen that. Nice place. Of course they
there
did.
It is.
Because why wouldn't you?
All right.
Best linebacker.
So he obviously goes to Arizona. Wow.
I'm using Arizona in all Madden leagues. I don't care. It's not using no Carolina, no nothing. It's Arizona from here on out. That kid's a stud. My words, guys. That kid's a stud.
Kansas. Jesus. All right.
We're talking about a guy who plays corner, safety, linebacker, and can blitz.
Well,
why don't you want
going nowhere now with that kind of help?
No. This is a smart pick. I don't think anyone who did mock drafts had Isaiah Simmons available at 8. I certainly didn't. Yeah, Herbert got drafted too, I think. Yeah, Herbert's gone. He went to Chargers.
But 280.
I mean, here's
snaps.
Jacksonville.
I'm just looking at what ESPN has up on their screen. 286 playing in the slot. 218 snaps playing safety. 160 playing outside linebacker. 121. I mean, bro, he's versatile. Arizona's defense is going to be
Very.
scary. Scary. Freddy Krueger type scary.
He's doing this. He's doing this to rubbing us. No, listen to him.
You know who's going to be great? Derek Brown in Carolina. I could see it now. Tom Brady, back to throw. Derek Brown there, misses. All right, I'll stop. I'm sorry, bro.
No, that's what's gonna happen. You know, that's what's gonna happen. I'm just gonna be sitting there like, that's the guy we drafted. There he is. And all his 345-pound glory. Justin Simmons. I think this pick though that the Jacksonville Jaguars are about to make about to kind of set your team up, George, because if they don't take Wilkes here, which is possible, they could. You know, they might. I think it's very well possible that you guys are going to have him available here at 11. Unless you think Cleveland.
These next few teams are going to be interesting because Cleveland has the same needs as the Jets do. They need an offensive tackle. Mekhi Becton is still available from Louisville. He's more versatile. He's younger and can build more. That is, moving from left to right tackle, wherever. Maybe inside, but Willis is still there. He's more of the power runner, which is why I think he might go to Jacksonville right now. Because they need, regardless of what happens to Leonard Fournette, someone needs to open up the holes.
For sure. Gage asks, any team do you think trading to come up? I think it's very well possible. I think Miami's not done. I'll be shocked if Miami sits still with 2 extra picks in the first round.
Look,
I think
they're
going to try to come up here, and I think they're going to try.
You don't want to be the New York Jets where you have all these draft picks.
If you look at Miami,
the Jets have with John Idzik, I think 12 draft picks, and they pretty much sat still and drafted at every position they were at instead of moving on up. That was the year Odell Beckham Jr. got drafted by the Giants. The Jets were trying to use all their draft capital to move up and get Odell. You don't want to be that. You want to at least try to trade up for a top offensive tackle or receiver or something. Because Devontae Parker needs help too.
See Miami. Yeah, and that's what the point I was just getting ready to get to. I think Miami might try to go out to get Jefferson, or Judy if they can get either one of the two.
CeeDee Lamb should be the guy.
Or CeeDee Lamb, yes, or CeeDee Lamb. Or we can. I didn't mention the Patriots. We talked about that earlier too. I think the Patriots might make some noise here. I wouldn't be shocked if your Eagles didn't try to go up as well. I think there's a possibility the Eagles can try to go up there and try to snag yourself.
Well, the Eagles. I think the Eagles should try to make a play for a Henry Ruggs out of Bama. He's not only just a slot receiver. He can
sit still though. I think they can sit still and get him. I think if you can move up, you get Jerry.
Well, they can sit still and also get Jefferson out of LSU.
You could. Oh yeah, easily you could. I'm talking about if you want to go get one of those elite receivers. I'm talking about Jerry Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb. Those are the two that, if you're moving up, you're going up to go get those guys. I don't know if another team has pick in the top of the draft. Do Jacksonville? I think Jacksonville might have one. I think they have another pick.
And you also got to think back now that we're talking trades. Leonard Fournette's still available. Some team might be foolish enough to trade a late first-round pick for Leonard Fournette.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he's worth the first-round pick, but depending on how desperate you are to run the ball, I got to say though, these first 8 picks have gone very, very much in favor of the New York Jets. Because now
for sure.
Depending on what happens with 9 and 10, you have your pick of the litter between the offensive tackles and wide receivers. I still say they go offensive tackle. But you can go wherever you want, and no one's going to be mad at you.
I agree, though, completely. I think it will be interesting here to see what Jacksonville does. Cause I think there's a domino effect. I think
remember, San Francisco has been saying that they want to be aggressive in this draft. They could trade up.
Well, San Francisco has offered. They have officially put K1 Alexander on the trade block. I don't know if he warrants a first rounder, but we can see.
I mean, they can stockpile all their draft picks and try to get some weapons for Garoppolo. Because while this is a receiver-heavy draft, you want to get a chance to pick one of those elite receivers that you mentioned. And Garoppolo needs those receivers more than anything. Mm-hmm. You can't just keep passing to George Kittle. As much as I love me some George Kittle, you can't keep throwing the ball to George Kittle.
And they lost Emmanuel Sanders.
Yep. But it's a good pick.
I'm trying to figure out what's taking them so long to get this picking.
Commercials, sir. It's all about the commercials. Alrighty. Jacksonville's picking.
I think, I know we're a little bit behind. We talked about that already.
All right, Saquon.
All right, well, George,
I'm looking at Twitter right now. Sorry if it gets quiet. Just trying to see if there's anything crazy before we see the selection.
Yeah, I was trying to get a gauge on who was left on our big boards.
Now, Joy Taylor out of Fox Sports 1 says Isaiah Simmons is a great player, but I'm shocked Arizona didn't get Kyler Murray offensive line help.
I agree. I think the need was there. Nobody's going to sit here and say Arizona has a great offensive line. They don't. I think Isaiah Simmons was I think they drafted the best available player. And,
And obviously, Isaiah Simmons is way too good to pass up.
Exactly. If you get a chance to get him.
If you're going need over best player available, I mean, a lot of teams do that. But Isaiah Simmons is just way too
DJ
good.
Henderson. See, CJ Henderson. There we go. There goes one of the corners I was just talking about earlier.
Yep.
If you go ahead and get yourself, rebuild that defense that you just lost.
So now this makes it interesting for the two teams that are up right now, Cleveland and New York. Now, who's the offensive tackle you take between Willis and Becton? If you're Cleveland. If you're Cleveland, who do you take?
Willis. Willis is the second best tackle, and arguably the best tackle, but either one or two best tackles in this draft, I believe. The fact that he's still available, you got to take him.
Yeah, I mean, if Cleveland desperately needs a pick, and they wasted no time. Their pick is in already.
Oh, yeah, they knew
they wasted no time. But Cleveland, they need offensive tackle help. They needed it since my boy Joe Thomas retired.
Yeah, and they let his name's a blank on me right now. The kid they let go to the Giants, the guard. Ever since they let him go too, I mean, they just let their whole offensive line go.
And that really led into why they've played the way they did last year. The lack of an offensive line. But I mean, this pick doesn't surprise me. They had a need after all the defensive backs they traded, Ramsey, and Jacksonville also has some draft stock. They could trade back into the first round.
They do, definitely. How weird is it to see Las Vegas on the on the board?
I almost called them Oakland the other day. It's going to be weird.
I'll say C.J. Henderson will be a good corner for them. I mean, you're essentially replacing Jalen Ramsey. Is what your hopes is here,
right?
That you plug him, and he'll be your new number one corner. But
now some free agent news coming in right now. Patriots are signing former Jaguars wide receiver Marquise Lee to a 1-year contract.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. They're trying to get some help there.
So whoever's going to be the starting quarterback for the Patriots, I mean, it's more help there. Because you have Mohamed Sanu, okay. He's a good slot guy sometimes. You have Edelman.
Yeah.
And now you have...
They need more speed. Yeah, and I think that's what they're trying to address there. I think they know they need more speed on that offense.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised if New England trades up, not to get a quarterback, but a wide receiver, like a Jefferson or Ruggs.
Maybe.
As I open up another beer. Yeah, because they have needs. It doesn't have to be a quarterback.
I mean, what's the possibility Odell gets traded into this draft?
All right, let's see what the number 10 overall pick for Cleveland is.
That
Oh
was
man, this
awesome.
is sad. It's fun to see kids being Browns fans.
Thank you, Fletcher. We are so happy to see that you're home and doing well. We're very proud to support you and St. Jude in the fight to end childhood cancer. And we're all in your corner.
Well, there goes Wills.
Go get him.
Yep.
So I have the Browns pick. With the 10th pick, Jedrick Wills, tackle, Alabama.
And honestly, I'm not surprised because you need a guy to block for Chubb and Baker Mayfield. He's a run first pass protector. Oh, not run. He's a run protector more than anything. Run blocker, I mean. Pass protector second. Yeah. Mostly a run blocker. Yeah. And that's what Cleveland needs. They need a ground and pound. Make sure Baker Mayfield doesn't have the ball 40 times. And it's a good pick, honestly.
Yeah, I think it was a pretty smart pick here. I was kind of expecting that. I didn't think they wouldn't go with the offensive lineman here. I don't know. He might not. I think he'll play right tackle mainly. I don't think he'll play left tackle for them. Because will you trust him enough to block your franchise QB's blindside?
You have to. You don't draft him that high, and to not have him block your QB's blindside.
I mean, you're right.
You have a need at left tackle. There's no way. Yeah, no, you don't.
I mean, you have a need at both tackles. If we're being honest, it's kind of
but on one side we have the third round pick in Adoga. Also, New York stand up Jets fans. We're on the clock. Jets baby. But on the one hand, you have Chuma Adoga, who's also a tackle, but he plays more of right tackle than anything. We have a huge need at left tackle that we really haven't filled since DeBrickashaw Ferguson was drafted. We have hopefully
that's a throwback.
That everyone remembers how hard it was to pronounce that name, but ever since Brick retired, there's been a huge need there, and we've just signed free agents that just filled the need for now, but it was always an issue like with the penalties and all that kind of stuff. So hopefully, I think they might go Becton here, only because he is more versatile. So like you said, we could move Adoga and him around on each tackle side.
I think there's a chance here. I think you guys might go Jerry Jeudy here. I think there's a chance that we could see Jerry.
So see now this is the thing. We could go Wirfs. We could go Becton, if we want an offensive tackle. We could go Jerry Jeudy and replace Robbie Anderson, because the one thing the Jets haven't had in a long time since Antonio Holmes was a number one wide receiver.
I mean, yeah, but I say Jerry Jeudy, better, no disrespect to Robbie Anderson, now Panther. Jerry Jeudy, I believe, in the long term will be better than Robbie Anderson.
CeeDee Lamb has the highest upside right now out of all the receivers. Jerry Jeudy is the more, I would say, Julio Jones.
Skip's drooling right now. Skip is hoping that CeeDee Lamb falls to the Dallas Cowboys. He is praying for it.
So, and that's the thing. You, as a Jets fan, you can't be mad with whatever move they make if it's offensive tackle or wide receiver. Because, obviously protecting your quarterback is priority number one. You really don't want George Font starting at either tackle position. You already have a young tackle in Adoga starting on the opposite side, wherever you go. So you really that's a need. And you haven't signed enough free agents to warrant going after a wide receiver with your first pick.
No. And it's at this point in time, who's your highest rated player? You know, like who you believe is going to be the biggest plug and play here.
And Douglas
Wills was available.
Mm-hmm. And Adam Gase and Joe Douglas
was available here.
What's that?
You're breaking up just a little bit, George, just a little bit.
Oh.
I was just gonna say, if I truly believe if Wills was available here, you guys would have took him. the kid from Bama.
Yeah.
The fact that he's no longer available, I think it would kind of felt like, okay, well, who's playing 1B? Because you have to, at the time, you it's not just one player you want. It's one player, unless you're Cincinnati Bengals, where then the only player you wanted was Joe Burrow. But
So Chris Sims,
you have to have a good second option just in case your first option is
the best tackles in the NFL right now.
the best right tackle. He's the best right tackle in all football.
Yeah, I can agree with that. But then
Yeah,
again,
question you have to ask there. Do you feel comfortable enough in your situation that he can come out and actually protect somebody's blind side? If you believe he can, then you just found your franchise tackle. My problem is, if you look at all the stalwarts, tackles that we see get drafted, none of them really have concerns when it comes to pass blocking. Even the ones who are really good at run blocking can still pass block. He just strikes me as a better Eric Flowers. That makes a comparison.
Okay.
Like Eric Flowers, they tried that left tackle, just wasn't good at it, and moved into right tackle inside guards, and he's had a little bit of more success that way.
All right, the pick is in for the Jets. Time to see who they get. I would not be surprised if they go wide receiver, though, because honestly, there's a need for both sides. But do you trust that there's Mel Kiper's best available? Tristan Wirfs? I don't see them taking Kinlaw or Xavier McKinney.
Did you get the report that Bill Belichick's drafting from an island?
That would be a very Bill Belichick thing to do.
George, you muted your mic.
Oh, I muted my mic? Sorry about that. That would be a very Bill Belichick thing to do. But and it all depends, because the thing with Mike McCagnon is that he always went best available player, and it was always like, all right, I understand we have Leonard with last year's pick. You want defense when we clearly needed some offensive help. And it's always best player available. Like, sometimes needs take over best player available.
Why are they showing Henry Ruggs? He was staring a little bit.
Well, the Jets have been reported like in love with Henry Ruggs. They've been infatuated with him, with his workout before coronavirus. And again, like I said before, he's versatile. He's a versatile receiver. I don't know if picking him at 11 will be the right way. CeeDee Lamb has also been productive. Look, I mean, ESPN's showing a lot of receivers, which I'm okay with, because I'd love to see Sam Darnold throw the ball and score a lot of touchdowns with these guys. But
look, they took Becton. How you feel about that one, George?
You know what? I'm pretty happy. Becton, he's still raw. Obviously, Louisville isn't as big of a program as these other tackles.
That was a great pick.
It's no Alabama for sure. But
yeah, no, for sure.
But if Adam Gase is the type of offensive coach that he claims to be and can develop players, I don't see why Becton wouldn't fit right away as the blind side tackle. And ESPN has him as ACC.
364. That's a girthy man.
Look, he's first team All ACC. He's the number 4 offensive tackle. So obviously, with all the offensive tackles that have been going, he's the best guy.
I mean, look at him move on his feet. The man can definitely move.
But again, he's versatile. He doesn't have to play left tackle. You could put a Doga at left tackle, test it out there in the preseason. But he's the best offensive tackle available at number 11. He can play inside too if you feel like he's not progressing well at tackle. He can play guard. You can move him around on the offensive line.
I think he's going to be a great run blocker for you guys. All these little clips I'm seeing, he looks like he dominates in run blocking.
And honestly, if you're the Jets, you have Le'Veon Bell for another couple of years. You need to get the run blocking going if you want to maximize Le'Veon Bell and him on the field and his production.
I worry. Here's what I worry about George.
Mm-hmm.
Is he going to be too heavy to play tackle in the NFL?
I mean, he was 264. I think they said he was 264 as an offensive tackle.
It was something like that.
But he has time.
About Jamal Adams, you think they should trade him or keep him or work out a deal? I think the Jets, if they're smart, they keep him. You sign that man to you sign him to a monster deal, and you make him happy because he's the face of your franchise. He's not voicing his opinion that he wants to leave. For all things I'm reading, he wants to be there. The management not trying to let it happen. And I never understood the teams who don't take care of the players they drafted and produce. They'll go out and sign a Le'Veon Bell kind of player and not use them the way they should. To use them.
I mean, I totally respect Joe Douglas just staying put and just waiting until after the draft. But Jamal Adams, he's by far the best safety in the league, in my opinion. There's very few people, if not the best, top 5 safeties in the league. There's very few that can do what he does.
The best safety in the
Jamal Adams,
I think said he's 364.
Who, Becton?
Yeah, Becton's 364. 6'8", 364.
Yeah, he might have to cut down a bit, but I mean, we're all in quarantine, so he can start on a diet right now.
But I think this is where we see our first receiver off the board here. I think this
Las
is
Vegas. Las Vegas, I
here.
think they're definitely going to take Judy because they need someone to blow the roof off.
I think you take Judy here.
They have to take Judy here.
I mean, we got Mike Mayock. We got John Gruden. I think this is Jerry Jeudy time, guys. I think
has to be.
This is a great pick for him.
I don't see how the Raiders get anyone else. I don't see how the Raiders get anyone else. And John Gruden needs a strong wide receiver. And it's funny enough because if they had just kept Amari Cooper, then they would have been perfectly fine. They would have had a great wide receiver duo in Judy and Mari.
I mean, you would have had, and they already got Williams there, Tyrell Williams.
Yeah.
They got Darren Wall. They got some pieces there, man. They're building something there. And if you add a Jerry Judy to what they already got going on, man, you get scary over there.
And they need an offensive explosion going on down there because fans.
I see.
They need to fill up the seats. And it's Henry Ruggs. Oh wow.
That's what they select here?
So with the 12th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select
Henry Ruggs out of Alabama.
Interesting.
That's an interesting pick. Now, if you're San Francisco.
Here's the thing. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you why I think they did that. Mm-hmm. And look, the 49ers wasted no time. They're taking Jerry Jeudy here. I think you go and book it in. I'm pretty sure.
It's going to be Jerry Jeudy. Has to be.
But hear me out here. This is what I think. Or they might take CD Lamb if they get a big time, But let me comment real quick on the Henry Ruggs. They see Tyreek Hill 2 times a year. They know firsthand what speed will do to a defense. No matter how well you prepare, have everyone in proper alignment, mm-hmm. Nobody is going to prepare for a dude who is blowing the roof off of defense.
Right.
And, I mean, Henry, he's going to be a return specialist for them. You can use him because John Gruden loves that West Coast team. You can run him just running little pick routes. I mean, it's a great pick. I thought they would go Jeudy there. But, I mean, you can't get mad at Henry Ruggs. I think right now you got to be kicking rocks.
Yeah.
I'm never mad right now. Mad as I was when we didn't pick him. Because,
this is a very Al Davis pick,
that's a big-time athlete right there.
This is a very Al Davis pick.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Speed. Yeah. Yeah, give me speed.
Speed over anything.
Yeah. But I think this one's a little more warranted. I think he got good hands.
No. Hang on 1 second. Sorry, I'm just.
What's that? I think this just. I think this just shows how much the NFL has changed because nobody's going to mistake Henry Ruggs for being a better receiver than Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah.
But we all know how fast Henry Ruggs obviously is, and you can't teach that. You just can't teach that.
Now, we're at 13. The 49ers don't have to stay here. They could just... I think right now what they're doing is
they can fall back.
Calls. They understand the number one receiver in the draft is Jerry Jeudy, and a lot of teams are going to start calling for that number 13 pick.
Oh, for sure.
So we haven't had... It's been 12 picks now, and there's been 0 trades. Is this where we see a trade?
Oh, no. Their pick is in. Oh, for a minute. It keeps saying, it keeps flashing like their pick is in, but then it goes away. But I believe here we're going to see. I think they're going to fill the calls. They're going to test the waters. I don't think anyone's moving up. I think honestly, what's happening, George, is I don't think they're filling calls right now. I feel like they're just honestly trying to figure out who they're taking here. I think they're kind of probably tossing up here between the two people that we mentioned already here, and Jerry Jeudy and CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah. And one last thing about Ruggs is Chris Sims compares him to Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, for sure. And like I said, nobody sees the Chiefs more than the people in their division. They see Tyreek Hill twice a year now. Now they're like, hey, we got our own Tyreek Hill. We can take the roof off your defense.
And the 49ers on my end are looking like they're taking their sweet time. They're taking up the entire clock. I'm at 3:30.
Yeah, I'm at 3:29 right now, and it's just ticking down here.
I mean, if you're the 49ers, you have to be fielding calls.
You have to take a quarterback. I mean, you have to take the receiver here. You lost Emmanuel Sanders. Deebo Samuels is not a go-getter receiver. He's a utility. You use him all over.
Right.
I think you take CeeDee Lamb here, man. That's a number one going forward that you can then pair up with,
I could totally see that happening because Garoppolo needs the help, and you saw a lot, especially in the Super Bowl, those receivers weren't up to par when it came to Chiefs defense.
No. Sometimes you just need a guy to go get you. You need somebody to go get you a catch. You look at all the good teams, they have that one guy. Go get me a catch. Even if it's that tight end, go get me a catch, And they got George Kittle, obviously, but like you said, he can't be all you have. You have to have something else. This is exciting. They're letting this class.
You have 3 first-round picks. You're not going to pick 3 players. At most, you have to pick 2.
I mean, why would, if you're Miami, why move up if no one's taking Tua? I feel like they would have only moved up if someone was threatening to come take them. Nobody threatened to go get them, so you sit still. You take him at 5. Oh, trade alert, George. There we go. 49ers traded it.
San Francisco told you with the Bucks.
Yeah.
Oh!
I quit. If they get their hands on Jerry Jeudy, I'm going to lose my bonkers. I really am. Oh my gosh.
Are you sure you don't want to?
Oh my god! I take back my original.
You got Derek Brown.
Tank for Lawrence is fully about to go.
Wow, I did not expect the Bucks to make a trade. Hang on.
But here's the thing. There's talk that they may take Wirfs here.
Ooh,
there's talk they may take Wirfs.
I mean, you have to protect Brady.
But here's the thing. Listen, George. Listen. They got back-to-back picks here. Actually, no, they just traded back one. All right, so they didn't really lose anything. I thought they traded up and just got rid of like a boatload of people or something. For a minute, it didn't show up like that. Well, who? I don't know. Maybe this is interesting. Let's see who they take here.
So Tristan Wirfs right now is watching with his family. I'm just trying to see what they gave up.
To move up to basically swap picks, I don't think you're giving up anything. You're just swapping the pick. Nobody's taking a pick before you. You know.
Jason Light.
We should have knew Tom Brady was going to the Buccaneers. They got Jason Light with a telltale sign.
The Brady effect. The pick is in now. Pick's been in, but this is interesting. Oof. Wirfs is the last good offensive tackle to go in the first round, so I could see them taking him. Just to protect Brady.
There's a drop off. There's definitely a drop off after him.
That's why I fear Miami.
I mean,
why not trade up? You need to protect Tua. He has an injury, his injury history.
Yeah.
I'm trying to pay attention to both.
Go Bucks.
All right. That's not what I'm looking for. All right.
Doesn't Justin Herbert just look like a Los Angeles Charger? Take a look, guys. He looks the part. I mean, you can't really see it, but yeah. I mean, he looks the part. He looks like
the pick is in.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Caldwell, and thank you to all of our service members for your.
I love how there's no draft party for the Bucks.
Yep, they took worse. All right, I mean, smart move. You take your tackle.
With the 13th pick in the 2020 NFL draft, the Tampa.
Yeah, you take your tackle. You protect Brady.
Tristan Wirfs. Oh, I thought that said Mount Vernon, New York for a second.
he's small for offensive lineman. That would have been something.
I mean, honestly, at least he can put on. It's it's a complete opposite of the Becton pick. You know, he's smaller. Becton's huge. But does that mean because he's smaller
in the sense of stature?
Yeah,
like he's not really that big of a guy.
I mean, he was the fastest offensive lineman.
Yeah, I mean, look at him. Look at the guy.
Yeah,
he looked like he cuts down a couple pounds. He can get tight end.
Now I thought when I saw Mount Vernon in high school, I was like, oh, is that our Mount Vernon? Is that Mount Vernon, New York? Also, shout out to the people that are still sticking with us throughout this entire process. This entire stream.
I promise you guys, as we continue to do it, it'll be better. I promise you. But, I mean, he looks the part. Now, do you think San Francisco's trying to trade down more? Because they haven't selected anybody.
They could be trying to trade down more. I mean, honestly, if I'm San Francisco, I'm trying to accumulate as many draft picks so that I can ensure a repeat run to the Super Bowl with these young players.
Well, why wouldn't you just take your receiver here, man? I mean, it's an obvious need. We all know you need one.
Well, it's a receiver-heavy draft, so I understand the need to constantly move down, but it depends on where they have Judy and CeeDee Lamb on their board. We could sit here and say, you know, like, you clearly have to take either CeeDee or Judy, but they may think differently. Why would they think differently? I don't know, but that's what they have to do.
Like, I mean,
because now we're approaching less than 5 minutes, so it could be another trade, and I'm still trying to figure out.
Yeah, I think
I'm still trying to figure out the details of the trade to move up one spot.
I think if you're still here, I mean, get ready to hear Skip Bayless' mouth, because I mean, man, it looks like he's going to be available there when it Dallas comes selected. Boy, I mean, I'm looking at the next couple of picks here. We got San Francisco, who doesn't look like they even want to make a pick tonight. You got Denver, could take a receiver. You know, that could be of need. Then you got Atlanta. They got Julio, Ridley. I don't think they're taking a receiver.
All
I'll
right.
probably take a corner.
So Tampa Bay traded their 14th and 117th pick. And San Francisco gave up their 13th pick and their last 7th round pick. So, I mean, I don't know.
It's
I don't know.
Yeah,
That's,
just a regular swap.
yeah. For one spot, I mean, it's not what Chicago gave up for Mitchell Trubisky to go up one spot.
No.
That would have been something completely. That would have been a whole gaffle.
I don't know, man. It just looks like they're not trying to make a pick. I mean, we're closing in on the 2-minute mark, and they're just casually like, oh, I mean, we're going to pick in eventually, but we're not rushing.
Because after them is Denver, and who knows where they're gonna go. I think they needed. What are their needs right now for Denver?
Denver, I mean, that could be a Jordan Love dominant. That could be a
Really, you think they go?
Jordan Love fall. Depending on what they think of Drew Lock. I don't know what they think of the kid, so I can't sit here and say they will take him. You know, that's the earliest I can see Jordan Love falling. Because if you believe Jordan Love's better than Drew Lock, you take him. You know, you're not thinking about anything else. You're just like, give me my guy, and if he's my franchise quarterback, you nailed your franchise quarterback. There's also a need for a receiver. You got Chris Sutton there. Noah Fant they took last year. They just got Melvin Gordon.
Sutton made the Pro Bowl last year, but I mean, he can't be your only option at receiver.
Yeah.
They also have a need at corner. They have a need at corner after Chris Harris left in free agency.
So a corner could be in play there. You got 2 good safeties. I don't think they'll take a safety there.
Yeah. Inside linebacker, I mean, they have Alexander Johnson, but outside of that, they don't have much depth behind him.
Yeah, no.
Defensive line, they have Shelby Harris, Mike Purcell, and Jarrell Casey, but those are really bridge positions. Derek Brown would have gone great there had he slipped all the way to 15.
Yeah, that would have definitely been a good plug play. Definitely help Von Miller out, but he's not going pass rushing. But I think Brown's more of a 4-3 DT, not a nose tackle.
Got you. San Francisco still it's still going down the timer, but Denver could take either Judy or CD Lamb, whichever falls to them at 15, and that will just blow the roof off for Drew Lock. He'll love to have either of those guys in the offense.
No, I mean Kev's a advocate, Denver Bronco fan, and I was talking to Isaac about the Broncos the other day, and I was just like, man, listen, if you believe Drew Lock's your guy, you go get a receiver. You know, you pair Chris Sutton up with Jerry Jeudy. Hey man, now you got a 1-2 punch there. No offense, seems like he could be a good tight end. I mean, their offensive line sucks, but at this point in time, there's no offensive lineman worth taking with this pick.
Not in the first round, but I wanted to ask the chat, what are y'all thoughts of the draft so far? Gonna leave that question in the chat room right now. Hit us up. What are your thoughts so far? We're 13 picks in. San Francisco's using all of the clock. We're approaching less than
35 seconds.
It's I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Are they actually thinking about trading down further than where they're at?
They have to be.
I think that's Kyle Shanahan.
Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, the pick is in.
Okay, their pick is in. All right. I think this has to be a receiver, George. You agree?
Yeah. It's either Judy or CD Lamb. I feel like it's CD Lamb, knowing how Kyle Shanahan likes to run his offense.
Yeah. I think it's CD Lamb myself, but
yeah, I think they're showing CD Lamb right now on the draft. He would fit great in San Francisco, honestly. I don't see how they wouldn't. Jerry Jeudy obviously is more of a Julio Jones type receiver.
Yeah, I mean, I look at Jerry Jeudy and I'm just like, I love obviously his game, great guy. I just think CeeDee Lamb would have just been a better pick for him. But I mean, if they go Jerry Jeudy, you're getting a stud receiver regardless. Gage says some picks were expected like Burrow, but it feels like a surprise pick is groomed to happen. I agree. I can definitely see that. I mean, we already had the shocker there with Henry Ruggs going before both.
CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Judy. Don't think anyone would call that. But I agree. And I mean, Gage, you're a Cowboy fan right now, or you're drooling, right? I mean, you have a chance here to get Jerry Judy or CeeDee Lamb, one of the two. You're going to get one of the two. And you pair that up with already what you got, Michael Gallup, Amari Cooper.
We're still waiting on the pick. All right, here it is. I'm constantly clicking live so I can catch up to where you are.
I mean, they're making the pick right now.
All right, here we go.
Oh my gosh! All right, they went DT. Yeah, they went DT there. I mean, I guess that's the
Wow.
thought. You just lost the Forrest Buckner,
Yeah.
so you have to plug somebody here.
Yeah.
George,
Look at
I
him,
feel
he
like they
wasn't
made a
even
mistake there.
Huh?
Yeah, I think that's a mistake.
You have such a stout defensive line already. I guess you want I don't know. I'm not too hot on this pick. With such
I'm not. I
great
think
wide
this is-
receivers. I mean, I get, it's a receiver heavy draft. So I guess you can find other receivers in the second or third round, but
Nah, I'm sure not all our viewers sit here and watch tape,
yeah.
but when I evaluated what I could, you put on Jerry Judy and you put on CeeDee Lamb, and I mean, like you said, deep draft, but none of them are going to be CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Judy. You know, like to me, like there's those two. I can even throw Henry Ruggs in there. You throw Henry Ruggs in there as well. So you got those three. They're in a class by themselves. You got Jefferson, who I think is a smidge underneath, but he's good. Don't get me wrong. But you take a DT here. I don't get it. I mean, I guess we should honestly get. I'm going to say Gage. Honestly, Jordan, we should have seen this coming. And I say that because they let the clock go down so far.
Yeah.
You know, they
were fielding trade offers that entire time, but
like you could tell the player who they were going to draft here, they felt they could get later. Now, if you're Denver,
yeah.
If you're Denver here, you have your selection at either a corner here, or you can go get a Jerry Judy or CeeDee Lamb.
I go Jerry Judy or CeeDee Lamb here if I'm Denver. Like, you need a wide receiver. You need a guy that can catch the ball from Drew Lock. If you're serious about Drew Lock being your franchise quarterback, you need to surround him with weapons. Same thing with any young quarterback. You need him to give him one protection, two receivers. And I think ESPN just compared Javon Kinlaw to Richard Seymour.
Richard Seymour, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I could see that, but he's have to put up, if not Seymour numbers, as close to the DeForest Buckner numbers to make this pick worthwhile. Because
and I mean, I guess the thought process here is also that it's going to have opportunity because they already have a stout defensive line. But that's my argument. You drafted something you're already really good at.
Right.
Like, even with not having DeForest Buckner there, you're still going to be fine. You still had Nick Bosa, who was the engine who made everything run. You know? So I'm
you look at
confused.
the next three teams. You have Denver right now, Atlanta next, Dallas Cowboys at
Denver's
17.
pick is in. Yeah, Denver's pick is in now.
Yeah. But, like, Judy or CD one of those two could go to Dallas. Imagine Amari.
That's going to happen. That's going to happen, George. That's what I've been talking about this whole time. If you're the Dallas Cowboys, you are drooling. You're just like, huh? I could get one?
Man, that would be something. Jerry Judy or CeeDee Lamb going to Dallas.
You know, it would be perfect, honestly, if CeeDee Lamb went there because he went to Oklahoma. You know, he's a local guy. He'd be going right down to Texas.
Matt Miller of
He's a
Bleacher
big
Report
receiver.
is not happy with the 49ers pick of Javon Kinlaw.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I just don't get it. I mean, I'm trying to wrap my head around it, but I'm trading down, George. You have to trade down there. You can't take that pick and justify that to your fan base. You just can't.
Someone said, so
As bad
49ers
as
traded DeForest Buckner, get a first-round pick, draft Javon Kinlaw, save $21 million.
Yeah. I mean,
I guess.
as bad as us. Well, I don't think the Carolina pick was bad. I just wish we took Isaiah Simmons. But I understood the thought of the need there.
Yeah.
You feel me? And that's basically what I'm trying to understand here with the 49ers, where they don't like they the need was receiver, and they went with something they already had. You know,
Like, I understand DeForest Buckner is going to be a loss, a huge loss, but
yeah.
not big enough where you're going to spend the 14th pick on.
I mean, George, if that's the case, if you really think you're going to miss DeForest Buckner that much, don't pay Armstead, pay him, and then cut your loss with Armstead.
Yeah,
because Armstead was arguably the worst of the starting four between D4, Buckner, Bosa, and Armstead. Like, Armstead was the worst, and you paid him and let Buckner walk. So you can't justify to your fan base that we're going to pay the cheaper option and just draft another DT. Like, it doesn't work like that.
Kyle Shanahan is a great head coach, and John Lynch is one of the better general managers out there.
Broncos making their selection. They took Jerry Jeudy. Good pick.
Great pick for the Broncos. And again, this is a guy in Jerry Jeudy that's going to be amazing and a huge weapon for Drew Lock.
Yes, immediately.
Like, this could put them in a dark horse scenario where they could compete against Kansas City now. They have the pieces.
Because now they now got two standout receivers against. I mean, if you look at the excuse me, if you look at the teams in the division outside of the San Diego Chargers, no other team in that division has standout corners that you're just like, oh my gosh, I can't throw against them, you know? Like, and I honestly don't think Denver thought he was going to be available here. I don't think
any of us thought he was going to be available at 15. So now Denver has
trade up.
So now Denver has Jerry Jeudy, Cortland Sutton, and Noah Fant as their top receivers.
Noah Fant and Melvin Gordon coming out.
And Melvin Gordon. Oh my goodness! See, Denver right now, there could be a dark horse.
Lindsay. And Philip Lindsay.
And Philip Lindsay, Melvin Gordon. That's a lot of. Drew Lock is this guy. He better be blasting Young Jeezy all of his games because.
That's the one. How you want to gauge? I mean, I feel like CeeDee Lamb would be better for you guys. Honestly, I think CeeDee Lamb is a better fit for you guys. But if you wanted Jeudy, I understand.
Yeah, there's no going wrong with either pick. No going wrong.
Even if you're Dallas and you get Justin Jefferson, how can you be mad at that? That's a great pick. I mean, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to overlook Atlanta. I know Dallas is next, so I want to touch a little bit here on Atlanta.
Yeah.
But Dallas needs corners. So does Atlanta.
Byron Jones, yeah, they do.
I think Atlanta's in play here for a corner. I think they're going to take the kid from what's his name? The kid from Florida already went. Henderson already went. I'm trying to think who the other corner I really like. Give me 1 second.
Yep. But I could totally see the Atlanta Falcons needing a corner.
Because they lost Desmond Trufant too.
Yes.
So like the need is there.
Hang on 1 second.
I mean, Jerry Jeudy, man.
That's a great pick.
Jeff Okudah, DJ Henderson, Dahem. It wasn't Diggs, no, not the kid from Bama.
Now, if you're Atlanta, do you go offensive line at 16?
No. Here we go. I got the kid. I got the kid I was talking about, George. The kid from Clemson. He's from Clemson. AJ Terrell.
Ah.
I think you have to take him here because you need a corner. And as we established, the team, even the Carolina Panthers, even we have DJ Moore, Curtis Samuel, and Robbie Anderson. You know, you're still going to have to put corners out to guard what every team in the division has. And Atlanta's lacking in that department. It could also look at safety here, but yeah. I don't think it'll be a great pick.
And the Broncos weren't even. No one, I think, listed them as getting either guy this late in the draft.
No, I think in our mock draft I had them getting a corner.
Yeah.
I figured by now the top two will be off the board. I mean, I guess Justin Jefferson could have been in play as well, but
Trying to find a better feed.
Gage, how you feeling over there, buddy? How you feeling over there, man? I know you're getting nervous.
He said, damn.
Atlanta's picked.
All right. Going back. Going back to ESPN on the ESPN app. Just so I'm like more in tune.
Yeah.
Teams has been a huge part of that. Completely agree.
Sorry about that, folks. Do you have Atlanta at 3? Oh, their pick is in.
Their pick is in now. I'm gonna bank on a corner here.
So you're banking on corner. I mean, they need offensive line help, but at the same time, what offensive line help is available at 16 that you're comfortable taking?
What I'm saying, I think the drop off is. Like, I feel like if they were gonna really try to snatch up one of those offensive linemen, they should have traded up earlier.
Liz Gonzalez of Barstool Sports, who's an avid Green Bay Packers fan, is wondering whether the Packers can trade up to get CeeDee Lamb.
No.
Quick with the no.
I mean, let's be real here. Let's be real here, George. In order for them to get CeeDee Lamb, they'll have to move in front of Dallas. I don't think Dallas is going to give them that pick because they want CeeDee Lamb. They would have to probably trade up beforehand. Gage said he wouldn't be mad with the safety out of Alabama. He's rangy, Gage. He's a very rangy corner.
Yeah.
Y'all need all types of help if we're being honest. Y'all need that. The defense is in shambles. Oh, it's Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow. I wouldn't be mad with the safety out of Alabama. Okay. I think that's the guy you were talking about, right?
McKinney.
Yeah.
Well, I was talking about the corner from Clemson, but McKinney from Alabama.
Clemson.
He's.
Thanks for joining, y'all. Just make sure to subscribe if you want more Off the Bench. Hit the bell icon if you want to be notified about when our videos are out. Really appreciate your support.
Notification, gang.
Gang. We're still figuring out what the Off the Bench fan base will be called. It's very tough.
We're trying not to call it something corny.
Wow, Chris Sims, and I know you hate me quoting Chris Sims right now, but he says Judy's a great route runner, but does not think he's an elite athlete. As far as explosiveness goes, not in the top 5 or 6 wide receivers in the draft. We're gonna delete that tweet real quick.
I don't listen to Chris. I like Chris Sims. I watched his podcast with him and on NBC Sports Gloria. I like some of his takes, but he's talking out his butt tonight. I don't know what he's watching.
Arthur Blank. How do you feel about the Falcons' new jerseys?
Okay, they did take Terrell, the corner I was talking about out of Clemson. They took him.
Okay.
Smart pick. It was kind of a need. It was the. What would you say? What was your question, though?
Oh, how do you feel about the Atlanta Falcons' new jerseys? Now that I'm looking at the Blank family wear them.
I don't mind them. They're all right.
They don't remind you of Mean Machine from The Longest Yard? Mean Machine.
29-1. See,
So-
when you put a stat in like 29-1 record as a starter at Clemson, like that's not because of that. Let's understand he had Trevor Lawrence at quarterback. That's great is the reason why it was 29-1. But I love the kid. I said there was 3 corners that stood out: Henderson, Okuda. Then you're looking at the other one.
AJ Terrell. I mean, he's a good pick for a team that has the need for it.
I mean, we watched him battle Justin Jefferson all day long in that national championship game, and he made plays. You know, I feel like he's more of a man-to-man corner. I don't know what the intent is. Jerry Jones is letting that clock go down awfully far, Jerry.
Well, he's doing it by himself. Doesn't want any of his scouting department to interrupt him.
He didn't want his scouting department. He didn't want his head office. He didn't want none of his coaches. Nobody. He said, "Leave me alone." Who do you think here, Gage? What do you think? You think McKinney from Bama, or you want CD?
Ooh, yeah, he's a good hitter. Atlanta got him. I'm just looking at his highlight reel right now that ESPN is putting up. This man is. I definitely agree with you with the man-to-man coverage right there.
Yeah, everything I seen when I watched his tape was they lined him up man to man, and there was a zone a lot around him.
Mm-hmm.
But they were kind of just like, you go guard that motherfucker over there.
And that's the best kind of corner you want.
Yeah.
Terrell Island.
Well, oh yeah, look at you see the visual effect they got on? Michael Irvin's over there crying. He's like, please take TD Lamb. Please, just do it, please.
Lamb and Amari. Is that enough to win the division and make a run for the playoffs?
Well, you got to look. You want Lamb, Gage? I agree, man. I think that's a great pick for you guys. You look at it like this. Philly, who's your biggest rival, I guess, at this point in time in the division, they drafted. You got to think they didn't draft, but they got Darius Slay in the trade. And now they got a number 1 corner. So you got to have to look at it like 2 times out of the year, Slay's going to be matched up on Cooper. But then you're going to need another option to get, for that to reliably go to. Why not have CD Lamb? I'm honestly shocked he hasn't made this pick yet. I'm honestly shocked.
And I think my stream of the draft is still a little slower than yours.
Sorry, you're not missing nothing. Jerry Jones is still letting the clock go in.
Now, is Jerry Jones thinking about... There's Mike McCarthy. Is he thinking about trading down here?
No. I think it's McKinney, the safety Alabama. I would have said... I probably would have said they would have won corner.
Yeah.
If they didn't just get lit, if they didn't just get robbed, essentially. But I think now the thought process here, because there's no offensive line, they don't need offensive line help. They could use another pass rusher. I don't think there's one right now worth taking. And their linebacker core is pretty fine. So at this point in time, you're either taking the safety or you're taking the receiver.
Okay.
I mean, Jerry Jones is in there smiling.
He probably saw that CD is still available. And that would be great for Mike McCarthy, the type of offense he likes to run.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Let me see, because I know you said they need defensive help like corners, but I'm wondering who the next best available is in the second round.
Well, here's the thing: you can get the corner out of Alabama, Diggs, Stephon Diggs' brother.
Right.
But I felt like he's still raw. And if you're going to take a corner, you need a corner to play right now and be your number 1. They lost that opportunity. And then Mike McCarthy's over there smiling. So I'm pretty sure they're going to get CD Lamb here. He's over there smiling. I mean, there's nothing else to smile about unless you're getting CeeDee Lamb. Jerry Jones is on the phone right now. You better be on the phone with CeeDee Lamb.
I think they're FaceTiming him right now. Yeah, he's smiling. He
Is Jones
realized the
on the phone
camera's
with
on
Mark
him.
McCarthy? Is that who he's on the phone with?
I think so. Looks like it. There he's on the phone. So looking at the best available right now on NFL.com, obviously CeeDee Lamb, DeAndre Swift, the running back out of Georgia, is next to him.
Okay. Yeah.
Patrick Queen out of LSU, the linebacker.
Linebacker, yeah, I like him too.
Hold
on.
Yep.
Picks in, George.
Picks in.
Yep, CeeDee Lamb.
Yep.
Congratulations, boys. CeeDee Lamb, let's go.
Good pick. This pulls a whole different perspective if Dak comes back. That's going to be a crazy offense. Crazy offense.
Yeah, man. That's easy. Yeah, easy, Gage. Easy. Yeah, hi. Congratulations. You guys just got another stud receiver. Man. I mean, the kid's a stud. You could argue he's the best receiver in the draft. Yeah, Slade's going to have some trouble now, yeah, for sure. Because Slade's going to have to guard the one, and then whoever the corner is for the Eagles outside of them going to have their hands full. And then you got Michael Gallup. It just makes too much sense here. Now, Miami's back on the clock.
Yeah, here. So Miami's back on the clock now at 18. Where do you go from here? Because the top offensive tackles are gone.
I think you go to that inside line, the inside linebacker from Oklahoma, not Oklahoma. Patrick Queen
from LSU.
Name, right? Yeah. I think you can go here. You can plug him in. Then it's a need. Or McKinney is still on the board from Bama. You can show out your secondary.
Yeah, you could. I mean, it would be great.
I mean,
just to
it'll be pretty. Yeah, I'm about to say you're probably about to make the same point I'm about to make.
Yeah,
but it'll be pretty funny that you traded Minka Fitzpatrick, a safety out of Alabama, to go ahead and draft another safety out of Alabama. That'd be pretty coincidental, but
I mean, I wouldn't blame them.
Oh, hell no! Yeah, hell no! Wouldn't blame them.
I wouldn't blame them at all.
You go ahead and get yourself a safety, man. You're building something nice there. You're definitely building something nice there. But I like Patrick Queen. They can get their hand on him as well.
Because after them is Las Vegas at 19, and then after that is Jacksonville. So now you start looking at the defensive players, really.
Yeah, this is where I think we're going to see a defensive onslaught.
Like people going after defense, because Justin Jefferson is the next best receiver.
Yeah, he's good. He's definitely good. Don't get me wrong.
Let me see here. Yeah, after that, then it starts getting a little tricky about who you can take in the first round. Jordan Love's still available.
Yeah, and I think he's going to be the next interesting prospect we see go. Like who gets their hand on him?
Yeah,
Michael Irvin's over there in love. Michael Irvin couldn't be more happier. He's like, oh my god, they just drafted the next me.
The next me. Von Miller's hyped for Jerry Jeudy.
Of course. Why wouldn't he be? Stud receiver.
Ian Rappaport said the Cowboys were looking hard at edge and cornerback, never expecting one of the top receivers to be there. Stunner.
Of course. Yeah.
Also, Isaac, if you're still watching... How about them Cowboys?
How about them Cowboys, huh? How about them Bulls?
And that now it's going to be tough for Philadelphia. Where do you go if you're Philadelphia later in the draft?
Yeah, I mean, all the logical picks that I had going for them are kind of gone now. This is
Like, do you go Justin Jefferson? Should you trade up?
It might get desperate.
And if you're Dak Prescott, do you re-sign with Dallas right away because they clearly went wide receiver?
No. You don't want to give off the image that you're, easy to persuade.
I mean, at this point, there's no excuses, right? He's got a
I
receiver.
mean,
like
I said at the top of remember I asked you that question at the top of the draft. Do you think he's that kind of guy who's going to hold out? I don't think that Prescott's the kind of guy who's going to hold out. I think his MO is just always let me work regardless, and I'll bet on myself.
Yeah.
It's kind of been the guy he's always been, and I don't think I have no reason to believe he wouldn't do that again.
So looking at the draft right now, we have Vegas, Miami.
Somebody go check Skip Bayless' Twitter page. I guarantee you right now he's over there having a heart attack.
Let me see this right here, but yeah, Skip Bayless Twitter. Dak Prescott just got a little closer to signing a new deal. Amari, Gallup, CD, Zeke. That offensive line. Come on, Dak, make it happen. And you know what? I see why he'd be hyped. Dallas can be now.
Of course.
It's between Dallas and Philadelphia on who's going to be the NFC East champs. Because you can't really argue any other team in that division that is as stacked as either team. But I wanted to go back to what I was saying before. The Patriots are at 23. They have the Vikings, Eagles, Jaguars, and Raiders in front of them. Should they trade?
Who? What are we talking about?
The Patriots. And the pick is in for the Dolphins, by the way.
Yeah. I'm trying to see who they're going to select here.
Well, we'll table that right now and focus on the Dolphins because their top needs are linebacker, offensive line, running back, and safety.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, they can either get the kid from Bama or one of the linebackers.
Get the linebacker from LSU.
Or if they believe the kid from Oklahoma, the inside linebacker from Oklahoma is going to be a solid one. You take him too.
The pick is in. As far as the top linebacker, that would be Patrick Queen. I could see them taking Queen here.
Yeah.
I mean, if linebacker is a bigger need than safety here right now, you already have your quarterback.
Yeah, you drafted your quarterback.
Yeah.
There's no offensive lineman worth taking here.
Not in the first round. Not in this part of the first round. Zach Bond, though, has a higher grade. Kamar Akers, the running back. Zach Bond from Wisconsin, though, he could be good for them.
Let's see. I think the commissioner is about to enough to pick right now. Oh, yeah, that's why they got this pick for Minka Fitzpatrick.
Yep. Yeah, this is the pick they got from the Pittsburgh trade for Minka. The pick is in. I think you're going to hear it before I do.
What am I, a couple seconds ahead?
Yeah, if not a minute.
Jeez.
Yeah, and I switched to the Watch ESPN app, and I'm still far behind. All right, let's see. They haven't announced it yet, right?
He's announcing it right now. Austin Jackson. Now that's interesting.
Wow.
Because
okay.
I felt like he would have been available in their leader pick.
Wow.
I mean, it was the obvious need. No, it was the obvious need, but I mean. I don't know, man.
This is
I felt that was a
interesting.
reach. I felt like that was a reach. I don't know. How do you feel about that? What's
I'm
your
looking
thoughts
at
on
his
that?
draft profile right now. I mean, he's very athletic, from what I recall from seeing his footage. That's the thing, though. If you're Miami, you're drafting an offensive lineman to start right away,
That's what I'm saying.
and
Do you
he's
think
not
he's that?
really. And depending on the scheme that Brian Flores wants to run with it, with the offense, now that Tua's there, you could move him to
Well,
the
yeah,
inside.
yeah. I mean, if you look at it, you're going to need athletic offensive linemen because you got an athletic quarterback.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. I get that. You're going to need people to be,
You want to be able to move him around on the offensive line, depending on what
yes,
kind of play you're going to
schematic.
run.
Yeah. I definitely get that, but I don't know, man. I felt like that was a reach because I felt like they could have got him later. I felt like
They could have
drafting
gotten him
him
with their 26th pick.
sixth
To
pick.
be
Yeah,
truthful, because if you're looking at like the Raiders right now, who are on the clock, they need a corner, defensive line, and an offensive lineman. I mean, yeah, sure, maybe you're afraid that Austin Jackson could have gone to the Raiders, but they already have their top receiver in Henry Ruggs.
yeah.
So maybe they would have gone corner here, or maybe they would have gone Zach Bond from Wisconsin, or Patrick Queen from LSU.
Yeah, I think linebacker. I mean, the funny thing is here about this is that they have similar needs.
Yeah.
Like the same people who were in play last pick are in the same play right now. You look at McKinney; he's still available because they need safety help.
Yeah.
McQueen, he's still available. They can use him.
And the Jaguars, and depending on what the Jaguars do with Leonard Fournette, they could draft a running back here. I mean, Cam Akers is the top running back on the board, according to Daniel Jeremiah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Philly, do you think Philly's? I mean, you're 21. There's only Jacksonville in front of you, and I'm pretty sure they're not gonna take Jefferson. So I'd only imagine here that they're gonna take Jefferson. I don't know what Oakland's gonna do here. I think they might take McKinney.
You think they'll take McKinney?
I think
Yeah.
because again, we know the Raiders, they like speed.
Yeah, and if you're the Eagles right now and you need wide receiver help, Justin Jefferson is the best available right now. After that, you go to
Yeah,
Michael Pittman in the second, that's slated to go in the second round out of USC. After him, it's Brandon Ayuk from Arizona State, T. Higgins from Clemson. So these aren't they would be reaches outside of Justin Jefferson, honestly.
Yeah, no, that's why I have slated right now. It just makes sense for Philly to go there. I I'm just gonna hold reserve until I see what these next two picks are. Because if Justin Jefferson somehow gets taken in one of these two picks,
Yeah.
what do you do then? You know?
It'd be interesting for sure. And there was all those rumors about Miami trading up to get an offensive tackle at number 5, and then trading up to get Tua.
Yeah. All right.
Now here's a question.
Right, Roger Cordosi.
Here's a question
that
I just saw on Twitter that I want to pose to the chat as I type it up. Which wide receiver is going to have the best rookie season for their team? Henry Ruggs for the Raiders, Jerry Jeudy for the Broncos, or CeeDee Lamb for the Cowboys?
That's tough. That's a tough one.
Who do you think? Just to give our viewers some inside knowledge.
They took the defensive back out of Ohio State. If you ask me who I think will be the most productive out of the three, I'm going to go with CeeDee Lamb. I think he's in the most win now situation there is.
Okay.
You know, You're gonna have the franchise quarterback thing with Judy. We don't know how Drew Lock is. We don't know if he's that guy. We like him. We don't know if he's that guy. Ruggs, I think there's still just going to be too much going on over there with Derek Carr, and is he the starter? Is he not?
Okay.
I think CeeDee Lamb's in the perfect situation to be productive right now at this very
Okay.
moment.
I could see that. I mean, I really like Jerry Jeudy with the Broncos.
Okay.
I loved seeing Drew Lock play last year when he got the opportunities.
Yeah,
His
when he
connection
got
with
the
Cortland Sutton.
opportunity, he looked good. Yeah, he definitely looked good.
I think right now that pick really puts the Broncos in a dark horse category to make the playoffs as a wild card.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I definitely think Judy's gonna have the better year. Although CeeDee Lamb is gonna be a lot more productive for Dallas, but Amari Cooper is gonna demand more touches. So statistically, I think it's gonna be Judy, but CeeDee Lamb might have the most success.
Okay. That's a fair analogy. I mean, let's touch on this pick that we just seen. We just seen
Damon Arnett.
Yeah, we for them to touch and get the corner here. I mean, I said the secondary help. I thought they would go with the safety help, but I mean, you look at it, they go get themselves a corner, and if they really like this kid, they got a number one. Yeah, from what I've seen, everything I've seen of the kid,
Yeah,
he's gonna take some time. He's got some skill. There's no denying that, but
so
it's like,
he's better, I think, as a zone corner than a man to man guy. And
oh, for sure. I mean,
so
the thing with Oklahoma is they're all technique. They all got good technique and very sound in breaks.
right.
Like they play
Well,
the ball
he's
pretty well.
Ohio State.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah. All like even the other Okuda who just came out of Ohio State. They're all very sound in technique, and that's what makes them good. I just wonder.
So
I mean, if you really
here's
like
the thing
Drake,
though, because at Ohio State, I should say the Ohio State. That's how you're supposed to say it. They almost trademarked to get the trademark, but he benefited a lot from a pass rush at Ohio State that really got to the quarterback a lot. When you get to the quarterback a lot, as a corner, you can get a lot of picks. So
yeah,
it's really the question
that
of
was
Oakland's pass rush, and if they can give this guy enough times where he can make plays and get the
and
pass
that's what
deflections and turnovers.
that's something I took into account when I was watching the Okuda film because it was funny. If you watch enough of it, you will notice the ball is almost being pressured to get out the hands.
Yeah.
Because Chase Young or whatever stud linebacker or D linemen they had coming was getting home. Like you said, they benefit from that pass rush. In Oakland, they don't have a great pass rush. It's not an elite pass rush. Will he get exposed more against better athletes? That's the question I think they have to
From what
ask.
I
But
remember seeing him play at Ohio State, he was really good in run support.
I mean, like I said, these Ohio State corners, they're all really good. Really technique. They're pro ready. I don't worry if they're pro ready. I wonder can they keep up with the athletes that the NFL has? Because theoretically, before Denzel Ward, if you look at all the corners that were selected at Ohio State, it wasn't, it was hit or miss. He was either going to be a good one or he was.
Now,
I just felt
the
like
one
they
thing
should.
I'm seeing from him is his ability to stay in his reads against the NFL teams, against NFL offenses, in his zones.
Yeah.
That's going to be the biggest thing.
Yeah, I mean, if they're content with running a lot of zone where he can isolate a side or something, I think he'll eat in that. If you ask him to travel, I get worried. Will he be able to do that?
Keep him in zone, he'll be successful. Don't ask him to play any form of man to man.
At least
not his rookie year.
Yeah.
He needs to develop more.
It has to be limited.
The pick is in for the Jaguars. Eagles are now on the clock, technically. Now, who do you think the Jaguars, their needs, as I look at through it right now, they also have a corner need. I mean, they did draft a corner. Defensive line, linebacker, offensive line, running back. Do you think they would go running back here with the Leonard Fournette rumors?
No. I'm st- I hate to sound like a broken record, but someone's going to take this kid, McKenzie, out of Alabama, man.
But would you move him to the corner, because that's their biggest need right now?
I'll plug him at safety.
To put him next to put him next to C.J. Henderson.
No, I'm plugging him at safety.
What about defensive line, Ross Blacklock?
Well, they know they have to move Yannick Ngakoue. They know they have to move him because nothing's going to work out there.
Patrick Queen is still on the board.
Patrick Queen is still on the board.
So you could go there. And remember, they also got. They're going to have to trade Yannick Ngakoue. They don't have Calais Campbell or Marcel Darius.
Nope.
So there is a need for defensive linemen.
I think this.
You look at edge rushers. I mean, Gross Matos, Charleston, Ross Blacklock.
Correct me if you feel different, but I feel like this draft is very top heavy.
Yes, very top heavy.
Like the only thing I could say there's a steady balance in is receivers. There's a pretty decent amount of receivers.
Yeah.
And even corners. This is pretty decent. But there's a drop off from the elite to the next couple.
Once Judy got off the board, it's pretty much that
devil's
advocate.
Once Judy and Lamb was gone and Ruggs, it was like, okay.
Now
you're just gonna get
there's really no star prospect out there that would blow the roof off the team's facilities.
No. But here's the thing with Philly and Justin Jefferson. He's almost like another Alshon Jeffrey. He just plays big. That's where he strives at. You need another one of those.
So Mel Kiper's best available: Xavier McKinney, Justin Jefferson, Clavon Chasen, Kenneth Murray, and Jordan Love.
Well, they're not taking Jordan Love. So we
Kenneth Murray, maybe, for the inside linebacker position. Clavon Chasen, outside linebacker.
It took Clavon Chasen.
Yeah. I mean, like I've been saying, the linebacker position has been a need for the Jaguars.
Yeah.
So it's no.
I mean, they got Miles Jack there already, so he'll play outside linebacker.
Yeah. But this is a need. I mean, you can't have just Miles Jack.
No.
They've made so many trades that shook up the defense. And really, this is really an important draft for the Jaguars, because this is pretty much a reset for everyone that's working at Jacksonville, because you need to have some form of success with whatever team you have. So I like these two picks by the Jaguars.
Yeah, Jacksonville is work building. They're drafting building blocks. They're drafting players who can play. He has a motor, the kid. I didn't watch much of him. Obviously, I've seen enough LSU games to know that I heard his name before. And my thing is, he's essentially a pass rushing linebacker. He's not a drop back and coverage linebacker. Mm-hmm. So I worry with his size, will he be able to do that?
Okay.
That's where I worry with the kid. And I feel like that's why he wasn't a talent. Like, he wasn't the top of the line, top 10, top 15 pick.
But at 20, do you feel comfortable taking him? Where Jacksonville got him?
Yeah, at 20, I feel comfortable. No, yeah, that's about where he should be slated at. And Jacksonville loves those athletic linebackers. As you look at Miles Jack, he was amongst the fastest and the most athletic of anybody who was in the draft with him. So, I mean, they're drafting what their kind of players is. I wouldn't even have been mad if they went and got Stephon Diggs' brother out of Alabama, another corner, just to try to, shore up some secondary help there.
Now, this is, I believe it's the Eagles now on the clock. What do you do?
Eagles are on the clock.
What do you do now if you're the Eagles? Do you take Justin Jefferson?
The obvious selection here. I'll get ready to say, man. You know, the obvious selection here is Justin Jefferson, but I don't know if that's so obvious. Honestly, I don't think that's so obvious. If you look at it, you're like Justin Jefferson is essentially another Alshon Jeffrey, more healthy, but another Alshon Jeffrey, another big body, box him out kind of receiver.
Right.
Carson Wentz obviously. Carson Wentz just needs someone to throw the ball to. I don't care who it is. He just needs some. He needs some help. So I mean, it makes sense here to go get him.
Now, who's Doug Peterson
Amir
on the
said
phone
Diggs
with?
needs to go to my Vikings. Amir, you don't want Diggs. You don't want another Diggs. You see what happened when you see what happened last time you had Jefferson too.
Oh man, Amir makes a point though. If the Eagles go a different direction here, Justin Jefferson could fall in the Vikings' lap.
Oh, that would be great. Yeah, that would be great.
For
Ideally,
them.
that would be great.
For Minnesota, that would be great.
If you're Minnesota, you're taking it. But we'll see.
And
I also
the
wouldn't
Eagles
mind
do
if
need receivers.
Minnesota. Yeah, no. I see. I was getting ready to say Diggs is also a good pick here for Minnesota. Although we just watched it brother throw a hissy fit to get out of there. He would be a great plug and play.
Now, I think ESPN just showed Doug Peterson on the phone with someone. He's all smiles, so I don't know who he's talking to. And Howie Roseman now is on the phone, so I wonder who they picked and who they. I think they're showing Justin Jefferson. Yep,
Justin Jefferson's on the phone right now.
He's on the phone right now. So Justin Jefferson, Eagles. I mean, it's a good pick. They need a wide receiver. Whether if he's a healthy, healthier Nelson Aguilar.
Well, Nelson Aguilar is gone now. He's gone now. Yeah,
no, but I mean, did you compare Jefferson to Aguilar?
No. I compared him to Alshon Jeffrey. After Alshon Jeffrey.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point, the Eagles just need a guy that can catch the ball.
No, yeah, basically.
Just someone that won't drop. They want the.
It's okay, Amir. It's okay. It's okay, Amir. You guys can draft Jordan Love and the next Patrick Mahomes. How you like that?
Now, with Jefferson gone, presumably to the Eagles, as I'm pretty far behind. What do you do now if you're the Vikings? Where do you go?
You could. They're not going to go linebacker. Their linebackers are pretty solid. I don't think they'll go there. The obvious answer here would have been the receiver. There's not one I believe worth taking here. You go corner, you can go safety. You can go corner,
now,
you can go safety.
Does Minnesota have a need at safety, though?
What?
Does Minnesota have a need for at safety, though?
Free safety. Free safety.
So does Xavier McKinney fit at that free safety level?
Oh, for sure. But they got Harris, too. They're tricky because they're in a tough situation, Minnesota is. Because the thing with Minnesota is, as Amir lists out their needs here, if we just go through the list, a corner is probably going to be the best play here. A wide receiver. Oh, wait. Oh, wow.
Hang on. Jalen Reagor, TCU. Oh, wow.
Yeah, wow.
Wow.
All right, that's different. That is different. And Amir, you're definitely right. Anthony Harris is definitely a great free safety, and we all know Harrison Hitman Smith is a great safety. I'm just trying to think off of what I can believe what they could do with that pick. That was, to me, is clear. They're going to take Justin Jefferson.
TCU, Jalen Reagor. Now, I haven't watched a lot of TCU football, so Roland, if you could enlighten me.
He's a slot receiver, man. Slot receiver.
Is that what the Eagles need right now, though?
He's faster than Justin Jefferson. He's faster. So I guess the thought process is here: we want more speed. Because remember, I just made the comparison. Justin Jefferson's another Alshon Jeffrey. You don't really need another that.
True. And they're pretty much locked
You
in with
know?
him.
So it's almost like if you have to go receiver. So you're better. Like you said, George, I didn't watch too much TCU football, so I can't tell you too much about him. I just know he ran decent in the combine, wasn't blazing speed, but athletic kid. I think Isaac will be happy with him.
Okay. I mean,
You're
I hope
essentially
Isaac is still in the
replacing-
chat. Isaac, if you're still in the chat, drop an F.
You're essentially replacing Nelson Aguilar for this kid, and I think he's probably better.
Well, he looks like you can do a
play
lot with
outside
him.
as well. Yeah, he definitely seemed like he can play outside the mirror. I think he'll play more in slot. That's just my personal opinion. But he has some aggressiveness to him. He has some leaping ability. I think he'll spend a lot of time in the slot. He'll play some outside.
So now, there's a lot of love going on in the next few picks. I'm feeling a lot of love.
Oh, yeah.
Because
of course, man.
If it appears to be believed,
Patrick Mahomes Jr. is going to the Patriots.
Get out. Get out.
Bill Belichick's going to look like a genius. We're all going to be sitting here pulling our hair out. Just prepare yourself, man.
But I'm feeling a lot of love because Minnesota's on the clock right now, and New England is picking right after them. And you know me, I said Jordan Love. I picked him in my mock draft to go to New England.
Yeah, this is like a slam dunk. I think you can almost just go ahead and pin that in.
But an interesting choice for the Eagles right now. So they obviously filled the need. They obviously filled the need at wide receiver that they had to address in this first round.
They had to address. You had to take a receiver here.
I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. Apparently, the Bleacher Report boys hate this draft very much. Adam Lefkoe, avid Eagles fan, very disappointed that they didn't take Justin Jefferson.
See, I'm fine with that. I'm definitely fine with that. Yeah, Isaac's over here talking about they needed a big body. He wanted Justin Jefferson.
Oh, is he? Oh, he's not in the chat. He's texting you personally.
I just shot him a text to try to get his thoughts on the pick.
Gotcha.
He wasn't too happy about it.
Thank you to everyone that's sticking around. I know this has been a long draft for us right now, longer than most. But appreciate everyone that's sticking around, sticking that
everyone
that like button.
Yeah, I know this is moving not at the speed of light, but you guys are sticking with us.
Appreciate all of you. And Vikings pick is in. Who knows where they're gonna go? Do you think they're gonna take Justin Jefferson here?
Yeah, I think I heard it. You just got rid of Stephon Diggs. Although they could
go Brandon Ayuk out of Arizona State, but because he's an above-average route runner, he can separate himself from man.
You look at Adam Thielen; he's more of a slot receiver. He does a lot of damage out of the slot. So you line Justin Jefferson out on the outside. You know, it helps keep the attention off Thielen, which is what I think he needs. I just worry that Kirk Cousins might not be able to deliver.
Well, the thing with Justin
You know,
Jefferson,
like,
if the Vikings actually get him, is that he has really good rack ability, that run after the catch ability. One of the best.
Yeah, that's Stephon Diggs. He got that Stephon Diggs approach on. You know, if you notice, with most of these picks, a lot of people are just replacing what they lost in free agency.
Essentially, yeah, especially at this point in the draft, like in the 20s, mid 20s. At this point, you're just replacing what you lost with the best available. But Justin Jefferson, the one issue with him that I think Stephon Diggs has over him is the ability to catch and separate from the outside. Justin Jefferson is more of a route runner than anything.
Yeah, and that's why Justin Jefferson, honestly, I think has failed to this point, is he doesn't have top speed. If he has speed, he would probably be the best receiver in the draft. Let's just be honest.
Now, you mentioned that Adam Thielen is more of a slot receiver. Do you think they go a different position here because of that? Because you already have a route runner in Adam Thielen?
No, I feel like they're going to want that outside, right? You're going to need somebody who can catch outside those numbers. And I'm not saying Adam Thielen can't catch outside the numbers. He does a lot of damage in slot. So, I mean, you line Jefferson outside, you're...
Now, the thing with Brandon Ayuk out of Arizona State is that he is great playing on outside and against man-to-man coverage.
Yeah.
And he's fast enough to threaten on the vertical game. So he can make an immediate impact on the field, on offense, and in the return game. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go Arizona State.
Do you believe OBJ getting traded to the Vikings? Because if you're the Vikings head office, you know more than anybody else does.
This is the time to do it. But if the pick is in, then I don't think he would go for.
They took Justin Jefferson. Yeah,
they took Justin Jefferson. All right. Then they better hope that Mike Zimmer can teach him how to separate from the outside. Because that's going to be the big thing.
You're basically just playing the game. You're playing the game of my guy's stronger than him. My guy's bigger than him. Go get it. You know. Yeah.
But shout out to the Vikings fans. How do you feel about the Justin Jefferson pick? Does it put your team over the top?
The New England Patriots trade their pick to the San Diego Chargers. I mean,
the LA Chargers.
Los Angeles Chargers.
Well then.
Yeah, I gotta change that.
That's interesting. That is interesting.
Yep.
Now what do okay, so let's see. New England is trading its pick to the Chargers, who gave up second and third round picks to move up. So the Patriots get an extra second and third round pick on top of the extra second and third round picks they already have.
This is tough.
Now you're the Chargers. You traded a. Who do you get here if you're the Chargers? I mean, you have Justin Herbert. Do you go defense?
I'm trying to wrap my head around this. They're moving Desmond King to free safety, so I don't think they'll go safety.
Is there an offensive tackle that catches their eye that they don't want getting out of the first round?
There has to be. Why else would you trade up, right?
Because other than that,
if you're the Chargers, I mean,
let me see.
I'm just trying to understand. Like, if you're the Chargers, you just trade it back into the first round.
Unless there's another wide receiver you want to pair up Keenan Allen and Mike Williams with. Or it could be linebacker.
They might go running back here.
I mean, the best available running back right now is DeAndre Swift out of Georgia. J.K. Dobbins from Ohio State. Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
This might be a running back pick here.
The pick is in.
Is running back or offensive lineman? Yeah, it's running back or offensive lineman.
I mean, it might be running back because outside of Isaiah Wilson from Georgia and Ezra Cleveland from Boise State, that's a big reach if you're going offensive line at this stage in the draft.
Because Patrick Queen, maybe,
They do have a need at
maybe,
linebacker. They do have a need at linebacker.
maybe. But
I
I
mean,
just have a feel this is a running back.
what running back would it be? I mean, DeAndre Swift is the highest rated running back right now on the board, and behind him it's J.K. Dobbins from Ohio State.
It's tough. I guess we'll
It's
find out here
interesting to see
shortly,
what the
guys.
Chargers
But
are doing here.
do you guys have a thought process before the news break on who this can be? Because I'm scratching my head here. This is a Patrick Queen, maybe. This is what I'm thinking. But they lost Melvin Gordon, so you have to assume here Austin Eckler's not an in between the tackle kind of guy. So you have to get yourself a power runner here.
Yeah, because the Chargers gave up their second and their third round pick for this year's draft. And look, mind you, now that the Patriots have a second or third round pick, they could trade back into the first round.
Oh, for sure. Easily.
They could trade back into the first round with Jordan Love, who I'm insisting they take.
Let's look at the next two. You got New Orleans and Minnesota. Neither one of them, I believe, is going to take Jordan Love. So then you're trading back into the late first round.
Unless New Orleans is going to take Jordan Love and have him develop and just say, screw you, Taysom Hill.
No, I don't think they'll do that. I don't think that. Because Drew Brees already seems like he's advocate long enough for Taysom Hill.
Yeah.
And if you're the Saints, you need players.
Let me just see here. Have they announced the pick on your end?
No. They're showing Jordan Love, but I know that's not who they're taking here. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Give me a second. Kenneth Murray. Okay, linebacker. So they did go linebacker.
They want linebacker?
It just wasn't Queen. Yeah, they went inside
Murray.
linebacker. I mentioned it earlier from Oklahoma. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. It was a need.
And you know what? He's really good at stopping the run. He can pretty much go through the offensive line and into the backfield.
Yeah, he seems like a tough.
You can honestly move him as a pass rusher.
He's a run shooter.
Yeah.
Now,
do you think that was worth trading up? Do you think that was worth trading up into the first round?
I do. If you believe he's your guy, I'm always an advocate. If you believe you got your guy, you go get him. If you look at it, who they jump ahead of, New Orleans, who could have took him, the possibility they could have took him here. I don't think Minnesota was going to touch him.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll warrant it. I think it was worth the trade. Because you're going to use Derwin James in sub packages either. Anyways, Derwin James is going to be playing your typical, basically middle linebacker, essentially, right, in sub packages. This kid's going to be used more for run stopping. Sniff out the run, blow it up.
Now you're the New Orleans Saints. Where do you think the Saints go from here? They're at 24. Do they trade back?
I'm gonna keep saying his name now. Patrick Queen makes sense here. Another linebacker. They could go edge rusher as well. If we're trying to look at just straight off needs, I think the need of pass rusher, and they just need linebackers essentially.
Well, Patrick Queen is right now the best guy. He's a 3-down back linebacker. You could go wide receiver too. Sorry. I'm
assuming since they just got Emmanuel Sanders, they're not drooling at the need of receiver. No, they're not one that blows you away right now. The kid from Arizona State, maybe,
yeah.
but
But I mean, Emmanuel Sanders is only on a 2-year deal, and sad to say, he is on the twilight of his career. So you don't know how much production he can get you in those 2 years. So you need a third guy in there. Really.
Amir thinks they might go quarterback here, and that's fascinating to Amir because it's definitely a possibility, but it would be pretty hilarious if the Patriots traded back to only lose out on the guy that they wanted, who they were going to basically take that pick. You know?
I don't. As much as I love to see the Saints just screw everything up and get Jordan Love, I don't think they're going to give up on Taysom Hill, especially after you let Teddy Bridgewater walk to go to Carolina, and Taysom Hill is pretty much the one quarterback you use the most outside of Drew Brees in any regard. Patrick Queen, I think, would fit best here. If not, Brandon Ayuk from Arizona State. The next best linebacker, Zach Bond from Wisconsin, but he's more of an outside linebacker, not an inside linebacker.
He's not really your traditional inside linebacker. I mean, if you look at it, maybe they go that route because, like I said, they got the Mario Davis. I'm sorry, and I mean, so they got one good linebacker. But if we were to look at the weakness on the Saints team, outside the glaring need at quarterback because Drew Brees is getting retired, but if you believe Taysom Hill's your guy, which we have no reason to believe they don't think that, your next biggest weakness will probably be your linebacker.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean...
Unless they go get Diggs. The corner from Bama.
Yeah. I'm looking at him right now. He would fit well. He would fit well for them. But it's a reach. I think he's more of a second round, maybe early third round corner.
Diggs? Yeah, I mean, like I said, from what I've seen from him, he wasn't a bad study. You can just tell he got to get more fluent. He's not really fluent or natural in anything he does. And then being in the division where you're facing Julio, Calvin Ridley, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson, you got to be nimble with these guys. And talking about the Mario Davis, there he is. Might be a little bit of a reach, but if you're the Saints, you know what more do you need? You're just looking for plug and play players at this point now.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And he could be a good slot corner because he's very athletic, very athletic guy. And having a brother who's a wide receiver in the NFL, you know, he got natural ball skills. I think that's the biggest quality, the fact that he tracked the ball. Yeah.
What about guys like Jeff Gladney or Jalen Johnson possibly going up here? Since you mentioned corner as a need.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Here's the thing: we just don't know where the grades are on any of these guys. Some like Diggs, I know probably is real high on certain people bars on charts, probably lower on others. And we got 3 teams coming up here with New Orleans, Minnesota, and Miami. All got needs at corners.
Mm-hmm.
I can see a corner going here easily in one of these 3 spots, if not 2 of the 3.
Just to keep up, the ESPN lists New Orleans needs as wide receiver, offensive guard, cornerback, inside linebacker, and defensive tackle. Their best available player is Xavier McKinney, who you've mentioned throughout, and best fit is Patrick Queen. I honestly think they're going Patrick Queen on here in this selection.
I think Patrick Queen makes the most sense here.
He's the best inside linebacker available.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of shocked that the Chargers passed on him over the kid they took from Oklahoma. I felt like he was more of a 3-down linebacker. I don't know if the kid from Oklahoma is. He seemed more like in run stop. You know, I feel like in pass coverage you can't play him. He didn't seem too fluent in pass coverages.
Yeah, the thing with Patrick McQueen, he does have pass rushing ability, which helps.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, what were the Saints against the run last year? 3? You were like 4th against the run last year.
I believe so.
Very tough team to run against. I don't think they look at run stopping as their main up. Like you kept mentioning earlier, George. Offensive linemen at this point in time is kind of weak.
Yeah. That's why it was so important to trade up, or just especially if you need offensive line help, you had to trade up into the top 10, top 15 if you wanted one of the top tackles, because after that, getting a tackle that's starter ready is very difficult to find. The pick is in for the
pick's
Saints.
In, George. They went
And
Ruiz.
Cesar Ruiz, the center from Michigan.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah. Who was their starting center last year?
Max Unger, I believe.
And I believe he left in free agency, or they traded him away.
I mean, he's just also older now. Yeah. He's getting up there in age. Here's the thing: I don't think they wanted to make the pick there. Honestly, I think they probably explored the option of getting down. There's probably no takers really trying to get. At this point in George, at this point in time, everyone basically probably has very there's nobody who stands out to me right now. I'm just like, yeah, you need to go get him. Like, he should have been drafted by now. Like Patrick Queen, yes, probably should have been drafted by now, but
well, now the Vikings are back on the clock. The Vikings are back on the clock now. After picking Justin Jefferson just 2 picks ago.
Yeah, I highly anticipate seeing corner go here.
You don't think they go offensive tackle with Ezra Cleveland from Boise?
If you think he's raw, George, he's raw.
That's the thing.
I feel like you maybe. I mean, they're picked since, so they already kind of knew who they were selecting here.
Yeah, because, I mean, Xavier McKinney is still on the board. You technically do have a need at safety. Even though Amir ever so eloquently told us that they do have Anthony Harris and Harris Smith.
Yeah, Anthony. Yeah. I mean, they got 2 good safeties, but I mean, you look. I'm just trying to logically think. What can you plug here? A corner makes sense. An offensive lineman makes sense. Or are you reaching for those?
Now we talk corner. The top corner available is the guy you mentioned before, Trevon Diggs.
Yeah.
They could go corner.
I just don't know if you bring in the brother of the guy who just wreaked havoc on your offense, your team throughout the whole agency.
Because after that, you go Jeff Gladney from TCU, Jalen Johnson, and Noah Igbinoghene from Auburn. So you're really outside of Trevon Diggs, it's really not much. I mean, Jeff Gladney is undersized, which if you're in the NFC North,
they could.
Yeah, if you're in the NFC North, an undersized corner isn't going to be any good for you. Jalen Johnson, he's good. He's good at breaking up passes on underneath routes, but he doesn't play the ball in man coverage, so he might get beat. And you're talking about an NFC North division that has a lot of offensive threats. That if you go after the ball and then they catch you slipping one time, it's game over.
Yeah, I remember Winfield used to play for the Vikings. Yeah, I remember that. They might bring him.
I mean, the best corner right now, if you're looking for straight man-to-man press, is Noah from Auburn, because he's great. He's the toughest man-to-man press corner right now. He's better in man than zone.
The Vikings paid their picks to the 49ers.
Yeah.
So now the 49ers are on the clock.
And of course, I'm behind as per usual.
Well, this gets interesting. I think this gets mighty interesting. They gave up.
I'm trying to figure out what they gave up.
George, they gave up some things. They gave up two other picks, 3 other picks. It sounded like 2, 3. It was 2. It was 2 or 3 picks. I wasn't really keen in. I was kind of scrolling through the feed trying to make sure I ain't missing nobody here. But
I'm trying to figure that out right now.
they seem to think receiver here.
A receiver here. Interesting.
But here's my argument, George. You had a chance earlier to get a best receiver in all of the drafts. Yeah, you chose not to do it. You were just like, we're all right. Because you wanted to get a defensive tackle. I'm not sure who wouldn't have been here, available here.
I think Adam Schefter on my end is announcing the trade. They still have the 31st. And Kyle Shanahan, I don't know, man. You could have had the best receiver on the board at 13. You went a different direction.
With DT, yeah.
Hang on 1 second. I'm still trying to figure out this. Okay. So it's picks number 25 for number 31. Number 17, 117.
With the kid out of Arizona, George.
Oh, and they got the guy from Arizona State. I don't know if you got that yet on your end.
No, yeah. I was ready on that too.
Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, I don't know too much about the kid.
Well, let me educate you as an Arizona State fan. No, but he's been really good, honestly. He's a pretty good pick, but then again, would he have been better than the guys available at 13? Would he have been better than Ruggs, CD, Judy? No. He's a good pick right now for at 25, but if you were going to go wide receiver, you should have gone with one of the better wide receivers in Judy and
or Lamb.
CD or Lamb or CD Lamb. But they address a need, I guess. Hopefully,
he looks pretty fast. He looks pretty fast for his size.
Yeah, no, he's honestly one of the better receivers in this draft. Out once you get past the top 3.
Yeah, definitely look like he got some rack ability.
He definitely has rack ability. That run after catch ability, rack ability.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good. I mean, he almost looks like another. He reminds me of already what they have with Deebo Samuel. Really good after catch.
Now you mentioned before you don't want another Alshon Jeffrey if you're the Eagles. How do you feel right now with that comparison you just made? Another Deebo Samuel.
Here's why I'm justified. I like this one a little bit more than I would have liked the Justin Jefferson pick.
Mm-hmm.
He looks a little bit faster.
He does have the speed.
I'm not talking faster than Deebo Samuel, but he's faster than Justin Jefferson. Like if they would have took Justin Jefferson, they're basically getting the same thing. This kid looked like he got some size and speed. So I mean, I guess their thought process was grab our DT. He might be gone later, and we'll come back and grab us a receiver that we still like.
And now this is a very receiver-heavy draft, so I do understand that thought process.
I just think the drop is too big if you wanted to go to receiver.
At 25, it might be too big. But now you're the Dolphins. You already address offense and quarterback and offensive line. Do you go running back here?
You go McKenzie, man. You go McKenzie.
You go McKenzie
got
here?
It. Yeah. You go best available. You take him or Jordan Love.
If you're in Miami,
You're Miami. Not Jordan Love. Not Jordan Love. I meant
DeAndre
what's his name?
Swift from Georgia.
I meant to say Queen, the
Oh,
linebacker.
Patrick Queen, the inside linebacker.
Yeah, Patrick Queen. I don't know why I said Jordan Love.
We want to see Jordan Love. We're almost at the end of the first round.
Yeah. Now you got to go to defense here. You got to continue to build what you already have here. And I know you don't want to look like an asshole for drafting another safety from Alabama after you traded an All-Pro one. Nobody told you to do that to begin with, sir. You chose to do that. Once again, I know George mentioned it a couple times already, guys. But thank you for watching the stream. Everyone, it's much appreciated. I know this is a little bit longer than what we normally do. We have had episodes going an hour before, but even then, it was.
Yeah, we're approaching about 4 hours.
We've been just chugging along here, trying to knock these picks out, give you guys ideas of what we think behind the pick, what was available. Unfortunately, we haven't had too many surprises. I mean, I just got notification that Prescott brother just died.
Oh, geez.
Just obviously heartbreaking news, and we send our prayers and thoughts out to Dak Prescott and his family for after devastating loss. Man. Miami's still got 2 minutes left.
Yeah, I don't know if Xavier McKinney is so good, then why is the pick not in? You can't really trade back out of 26 unless you're looking at another defensive tackle or defensive end. I mean, Ross Blacklock out of TCU is the best defensive tackle right now on the board.
Do you have a first round grade on him?
I'm just looking at what ESPN says. I mean, I wouldn't take him in the first round. Maybe early second is the grade I would give him.
Oh, excuse me.
Because Javon Kinlaw was the only defensive tackle I would take.
This could be running back. No.
I mean, if you're a running back, I mean, you have to replicate what really Jay Ajayi did for you guys. And does DeAndre Swift do that? Does J.K. Dobbins do that?
Maybe.
And Eno Benjamin from Arizona State is a 14th ranked running back, but he's more of a day two. Like I said when I first mentioned him, he's a day two draft selection. But Cam Akers out of Florida State, Jonathan Taylor.
Yes, sir.
Like it's going to be interesting what the Dolphins do. So apparently, according to Ian Rappaport, the Dolphins are having talks with the Packers about trading back. A possible Packers-Dolphins trade to keep an eye on. It's under 2 minutes.
Okay.
Check.
There are 50 seconds left, so I mean,
yep.
Trying to get something going on.
So, Green Bay traded with Miami.
Yep. Do you think this is where we see McKinney go?
They need it. If not, a wide receiver maybe, defensive end. I just want to see what the trade involved. So the Packers traded pick 30 and pick 136 for the number 26 overall.
I think this might be McKinney here.
So it's pretty much their first round pick and a fourth round pick. They could get Patrick Queen here, honestly. They do need at inside linebacker. Patrick Queen could be taken here.
Oh, good call there. Yeah, I kind of forgot about him.
Patrick Queen is still available.
Yeah, no, that would be a great pick if you can get him right here. And it's a need, it's a need. Oh, Blake Martinez was your longtime one.
And since Xavier McKinney has been mentioned a lot in this stream and in this draft, Seattle could take him. They have a safety need.
They do. I mean, they got Quandre Diggs, but
You need someone to line up next to him. If not, take his
do you
place.
do you think Quandre Diggs could be a strong safety? I don't think McKinney could be a strong safety. I think he's a free safety. True.
Pete Carroll's going to have to do a lot of work if he's going to try to get away with that.
Whoever Green Bay came back up for, we know they really won.
It has to be Patrick Queen. I mean, he's a 21st overall ranked prospect in this draft, and he's sitting there right now at 26. They got Jordan Love. Oh wow!
Wow!
Whoa!
Wow.
Whoa! Whoa!
Wow!
Whoa!
Wow!
Wow! Wow! Wow!
And what made it even more interesting is that they did brought up that Aaron Rodgers is the same age Brett Favre was when they drafted Aaron Rodgers back in 2005.
Wow! Wow! Wow!
If I'm Aaron Rodgers, I don't know how I feel about this. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know how.
This is. I mean, Jordan Love is raw. He's definitely gonna need years. Hang on. Wait a minute.
Wow.
Jordan Love was only selected 2 picks after Aaron Rodgers was selected when he got drafted.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Wow, the Packers getting a quarterback. That's different. That is not what I expected at all.
No. I thought Patrick Queen was the clear pick there.
Wow. And now if you're Baltimore, look, jeez, this really shook things up. This late in the draft. Jordan Love.
I think Baltimore's sitting very pretty right now to get Queen.
Oh, they would love to get Queen. Because you can make the argument Seattle gets Xavier McKinney.
Yeah. Wow. That was the stunner. That was the stunner of the draft right there.
Nick Wright says, wow, Rodgers should be furious. What a slap in his face taking a quarterback here.
Didn't I just say that?
Huh? Yeah, you just said that.
I just said that too.
You just said that.
And the fact that your head coach is over there smiling about the pick. Oh, yeah, you got to trade me. Yeah, you got to trade me. I'm sorry.
Wow, that's...
I'm not here to groom the replacement. You got to trade me.
Well, that's going to be the story. That's going to be the off-season story going into training camp.
You wasted your first-round pick.
Isn't it sweet karma, though, for Aaron Rodgers? Sweet karma.
Yeah. Huh. Man.
My, oh my. His future replacement.
So, I mean, let's nail on this real quick. Now that Jordan Love's gone, what's New England's option?
That's the thing. Jake Fromm?
Jalen Hurts?
Jalen Hurts. I mean, you mentioned it before. If Bill Belichick was okay with taking Jalen Hurts, a mobile quarterback.
Cam?
Ooh. That would be interesting. He did say he was waiting until after the draft to sign.
I'm pissed for the future, but I love Andrew Rodgers. Oh my gosh.
This really changed things up. That's stunning. That's a stunning move
That is.
out of Green Bay. I can't.
Yeah.
I'm still shocked that they went out. Now Aaron
Let me
Rodgers.
just say this.
Yeah.
Let me just say this. I wouldn't have been shocked if the Buccaneers took Jordan Love. Like, I wouldn't have been shocked because you got Tom Brady. You're like, okay. I mean,
And you literally have
obviously
him
Jordan
for
Love
2 years.
Exactly. You're like Jordan Love needs time anyway. Let him learn behind the goat. Then you plug Jordan Love in there. Or the Packers. Like nobody's even thinking about Aaron Rodgers retiring right now. You know, nobody's even talking about that. It's not a thought. You know.
Seattle's still on the clock with 3 minutes to go. I mean, are they thinking about fielding trade offers now?
It might be. It might be.
Xavier McKinney is still the best player available. 17th best prospect.
I think ideally Seattle will love a pass rusher. I think they know they're not one worth taking right now. So the thought process probably is here. Let's see if we can get out of this pick.
Yeah, there really isn't. As I sit back down when I go to charge my phone, there really isn't a pass rusher right now that you feel comfortable. I mean, ESPN has Ross Blacklock from TCU.
I would love for Carolina to make a daring move here and try to get back in the first round and go get Queen. You know, you didn't get out of Isaiah Simmons, so
that's true.
I mean, he's there. Go back in there, go get a linebacker.
Patrick Queen to last this long.
Honestly, I thought he would be gone by now. So he's a 3-down. If nobody knows the kid, if you guys don't know about Patrick Queen, he's a 3-down linebacker. He's good in the trenches. He's good in pass coverage. He's honestly what I deem to be the best inside linebacker in this year's draft. But I mean,
the Seahawks are not trading.
Oh, no, the pick's in. The pick is in. Man.
Oh my. Aaron Rodgers on the Pat McAfee show. We haven't picked a skill player in the first round in 15 years, so that would be cool. He says whoever the pick is, he'll track down his phone number and welcome him to the team tonight. That must be some crazy phone call he's having.
He probably gonna do it. Oh man.
So Lovely Kristen says Aaron Rodgers has 4 to 5 years left. Don't know if I agree with this pick by Green Bay. I mean, yeah, I can see how he's a developmental pick. But in the first round? You're going to go developmental? You're going to pick a guy you're going to have to wait 4 years to ever play?
Who are you talking about?
Jordan Love.
I mean, they did the same thing with Rodgers. You know, they knew he was going to be a little bit.
Again, it's the sweetest karma for Aaron Rodgers to feel right now that they did that with him and Brett Favre, and now he's feeling the same thing.
Karma.
The pick is in for Seattle.
Yeah, I'm waiting to get word here.
And you know, the one team that really made a lot of noise was the Lions at number 3. There were so many rumors going on about them fielding offers, and then they just stuck to it with taking Okuda at 3, where they originally wanted to take him anyway.
Yeah, I think they wanted him, but I think they wanted him later.
I mean, taking him for number 3, if we're talking money-wise, it's kind of expensive. You would prefer to have him at 5 or 6, so the trade with the Dolphins Chargers would have been preferable.
Yeah. Like I said, you can't sell that to your fan base. What you just sold to your fan base is we had an all-pro corner, we let him go, so we just replaced him with a rookie. Like, okay, cool, but we're not going to be better for it. Let's see who we get here.
And I'm not watching it anymore. I'm just looking at the draft cast right now. Because apparently I get it much faster if I watch the
They
draft
got Jordan
cast.
Brooks. Jordan Brooks, the inside
Jordan
linebacker.
Brooks.
So Patrick Queen continues to slide here.
That's interesting. I wonder what happened during his draft combine. Because for Patrick Queen to slip this much, and really, you look at, I mean, you could switch Jordan Brooks to a defensive end.
I mean, yeah, he seemed like a tackle machine. Everything I just seen there is just telling me that he's very.
Now, if you're the Ravens, do you automatically just take Patrick Queen and say thank you for dropping this kid to 28?
I would. I would. I mean, there's nothing. There's not a receiver worth taking here. You know? I'm trying to figure out why Patrick Queen's dropping it, you know?
I'm trying to figure out what else is happening in the Twitterverse. Twitter is losing their mind over that Jordan Love pick.
Well, I'm sure of it.
They are absolutely losing their mind.
I still can't believe it myself, honestly.
Oh, sorry. Thank you to the people that are continuing to watch the draft with us as we reach the end. Thank you so much for sticking around this entire process. It's almost a 4-hour draft that we got going on right now. 4-hour coverage.
We feel as drained as you guys do right now. Like, obviously, you know, starts off real excitement, and up until like you get to pick 20, you're like, man, I didn't realize how long this thing goes for. And it doesn't help that you got teams running literally the clock all the way out. Literally running.
Yeah, I understand because of the circumstances. You want to like have it run all the way out because of any like technical difficulties that were happening. But I mean, at the end of the day, like it's 10 minutes. At the end of the day, it's 10 minutes. You're draining.
Because like you still don't got the picking, yeah, huh?
So, oh well, you know, like the email, the Zoom is taking too long.
Yeah, I'm checking my feed now, and I'm like, man, Aaron Rodgers can't be happy right now. Can't be happy right now.
Well, Jordan Love is now the future of Green Bay. Does Aaron Judge demand a trade? And how quick is Bill Belichick calling Green Bay to see if Aaron Rodgers comes to New England?
Oh.
I would absolutely hate that.
I'm on the phone with them right now. Yeah, so since you went ahead and took the quarterback and all, you obviously don't intend on keeping Aaron Rodgers.
You clearly don't want to win another Super Bowl since you came a game away from it yesterday. How about you just give me Aaron Rodgers? I'll give you a third. Just a single pick.
We'll call it square.
It's even, right? You went 13-3, and we'll give you a 3rd round pick. There you go. Still no word about any movements. Everyone, even Stephen A. Smith is pissed off. The bad man is getting. The bad man is out of Green Bay.
I mean, this is. I'm glad they did this because they give us something to talk about here.
It really does.
Yeah, like that's the video, George. And everyone who's still watching.
We'll get out some excerpts from this video.
You know,
The pick is in finally. If it's not Patrick Queen, I need to look up what the hell happened.
Yeah, I would have to then now Google what happened, because
like what is happening right now that Patrick Queen is slipping out of the first round.
3 down linemen are a rarity, and I mean they got one just right in front of them,
and they have other needs at receiver and defensive end, and defensive tackle, but all those you can get in the second round.
Yeah.
And if you really wanted a big name wide receiver, you would have traded down. Or traded up, actually. Sorry.
Yeah. And they don't even. The Ravens don't need defensive linemen. They don't need a defensive lineman because they already got Calais Campbell. So, I mean, Patrick Queen makes sense here. I don't think they need safety because you got Earl Thomas still there, Tony Jefferson. Your corners are obviously great. There's not a receiver, I think, worth taking here.
Let me just see. There's still no word. Taking their sweet time.
Yeah, all these ads aren't helping either, guys. The fact that they got all these ads running, it's like, please stop it.
Nope.
Antoine Winfield, not right now, my man. This ain't your time to shine. I mean, they're Patrick Queen, man.
Pick is in. You see Patrick Queen on the phone?
It looked like he was not in talking to somebody. I mean, I would love for him to go to Baltimore.
Patrick Queen goes to the Ravens, that would change their defense completely. Like now you're talking about another top seed, and especially with the new playoff system, Ravens could have they could have a bye week going into like.
But what Patrick Queen will bring to them is toughness up the middle.
Yes.
And by what I mean by that is like they have obviously tough players. Nobody's declining that, but their safeties have to make a lot of plays. Sir Patrick Queen, not so much.
And really, Patrick Queen fills the role. Oh, are they announcing it?
Yep, he getting ready to talk.
Dun-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
I mean, okay.
Yup. Come on.
Here we go.
Come on.
There we go. Patrick Queen. There we go. Great pick, guys.
What an excellent selection.
I was.
You know what this does. You know what this does, because you look through the years of the Ravens inside linebackers. C.J. Mosley gone with the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
They lost a lot of inside linebackers.
They needed this.
He would just fit in and like start right away, make an immediate impact on defense.
And he's not a shy guy. He'll take this leadership role.
Oh yeah, he will take it by the horns and say, "I don't care that I'm a rookie. Y'all gonna listen to me, and y'all gonna take heed of my words." So now we got the Titans, the Cinderella story of 2019. The team that almost made me buy a crown and a king's cape and buy a Derrick Henry jersey for the playoffs.
Patrick Quinn would have taken. This would have been a great selection for them. But now with him gone, I'm trying to think where they should go.
ESPN has them as having the best available still, Xavier McKinney, but the best fit Ezra Cleveland, the offensive tackle from Boise State. They have needs at outside linebacker, offensive tackle, defensive tackle, tight end, and defensive end.
Yeah, they lost Jake Conklin,
Yeah.
so they definitely need a tackle here. I mean, you might as well, right?
Have to.
As well, huh? I mean, you're late. You're late in the rounds here.
I don't think they have the type of capital to actually trade up. So to get a guy like Cleveland out of Boise State,
you take it. Yeah, you take it.
You take what you can get. He has shorter arms for a tackle, but he doesn't lunge or chase with his hands. He's got great body control.
Yeah, I mean, they said the same thing about Ali Marpet, the guard at the guard / center at that's now with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and he's playing perfectly fine. So, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't worry too much about the arms.
He plays well in a zone-heavy scheme, which says to me perfect fit with Tennessee Titans.
Tennessee Titans, yeah. LSU had 4 players drafted tonight.
Oh, man. 4 players drafted in the first round? Wasn't there what's the record for most players drafted in the first round by a school?
I think Alabama. I think that was 6. 6 or 5. They had a lot of kids drafted that year. That was like 2-3 years ago, I think. Wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, it was 2017.
Yeah, see,
Alabama 10 players in the first round.
Man, jeez, I said 5.
I mean, good for them. I mean, LSU it's defensive back university, right?
Yeah, DBU. Yeah.
It's good to see though that a guy like Joe Burrow comes out number 1 overall because it really improves that quarterback program at LSU. Maybe they could get better recruits on offense because of that.
I'm trying to think here. What wasn't playing? Running back might be in play here for Tennessee.
You think so?
Could be because they lost Deion Lewis, and we know Derrick Henry, as great as he is, he's not really a catching. Right?
Well, again, J.K. Dobbin, out of Ohio State, is really good. DeAndre Swift.
That's the kid from.
That's a kid from Georgia. J.K. Dobbins, I just mentioned. Jonathan Taylor out of Wisconsin.
I mean, they're picks in, so it didn't take super long. I mean, it took some time to think about it.
I mean, thank goodness. But back to Patrick Queen. The Ravens are just practically the best at the draft, really, when you think about it.
Yeah, the Ravens always.
They stay put. They don't trade.
And they don't reach.
Yeah. I mean, just look at what happened with Lamar Jackson. They traded for the 32nd overall pick, and they get the best quarterback in the NFL right now next to Patrick Mahomes. It's 1A and 1B with Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson.
Their scouting department is head and shoulders above the rest. I mean, I would love to see a running back here, or maybe a corner.
A corner.
Maybe.
That'd be interesting.
I don't think they need one. They definitely don't need McKenzie, the safety. Kevin Byard, so they don't. They're pretty set back there.
Right.
I mean, they could go with a strong safety. They could go from the kid from LSU. The safety from LSU. It wouldn't be a bad pick. Let's see what they go here. Went
See what
tackle.
they do. They went tackle?
Isaiah Wilson, the other tackle outside of Georgia.
Ah, okay. I mean, makes sense. They need guys that can protect and run block for Tannehill and Henry.
Like I said, yeah, like I said, we knew they needed a tackle. They left Jack Hoffman. Makes sense.
So now we're back to the Miami Dolphins.
Which seems to be like every 4 picks, we're right back to them.
They could trade back again. Who knows? I mean, they have the quarterback and the offensive tackle.
I mean, you have to take McKenzie, man. You need the safety. He's the best available. You know, I just don't get why
if he doesn't go here, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on.
If he doesn't go here, and the city gonna be happy to take him. Happy. Actually, maybe not, because they got Thorne here. Maybe they won't need him. Guys, we are reaching the top of the hour. We are about to enter a whole new day here.
This has been the most wildest NFL drafts I've been a part of. And I was at the NFL draft party at MetLife when the Jets drafted Sam Darnold, and that was wild. Did I ever tell you the story about that while we wait for the Miami Dolphins to make their pick?
You did not.
So I wasn't a really big fan of Sam Darnold coming out of USC. I was a bigger fan of Baker Mayfield.
Okay.
So when I kept seeing the mock drafts leading up to the draft day, I kept seeing either Lamar Jackson or Baker Mayfield going to the Jets at number 6. And I was like, excellent, perfect. I would love Lamar Jackson. I would love Baker Mayfield. Excellent, perfect. Then we trade up with the Colts. I'm like, perfect. Lamar Jackson, number 3, perfect, excellent. This is great. This is a great day. Baker Mayfield, perfect. Lamar Jackson, another Jet, perfect. This is great. This is the best time ever to be a Jet. And then the day of, they say, well, the Browns really love Baker Mayfield. I'm like, don't do it. Don't you do it. Don't you do it, Cleveland. And the day comes, I'm like, no, Cleveland's not going to do it. They love Sam Darnold. He's the best quarterback available. He's from USC. That's an offensive-heavy program. They need him. He's calm and collected. You know, I'm like hyping this guy up. I'm like, Cleveland, take him, please. And I'm dressed in full gear. Actually, didn't have this jersey yet. I had the old Sanchez jersey. I'm like, come on, do it for USC. Go to Cleveland, do it for USC. He goes to USC. Cleveland picks Baker Mayfield. Everyone in the stadium starts cheering. Yes, that means we're gonna get Darnold because the Giants are getting Saquon. Yes. I throw my hat to the ground. I'm like, damn it all to hell. Damn it. Everyone looks at me like, what's wrong? We just got the best quarterback. And I look at him, I'm like, and I had the Sanchez jersey, and I'm like, do you see this man? Do you want this again? Remember the last time when we had a USC quarterback?
Do you not remember?
Do you not remember the hell that we went through? And then the Jets come, select Sam Darnold, whole place goes crazy. I take off my jersey, stomp into the ground, and I'm like, damn it, we suck again.
Damn it.
And then Lamar Jackson gets drafted. I'm like, oh, well, gee, I guess good for Baltimore. Good bully for them. 2 years later. 2 years later.
2 years later, MVP.
And our quarterback, he's seeing ghosts out on the football field.
In his defense, he wasn't getting sacked every
That was not the best offensive line they could have paired him with. Let me check the Twitter world right now.
I mean, I think the big question everyone should be asking right now is, how long will it take for them to pick 3 players?
Well, for Miami, I'm pretty impressed with them this draft. They stick to their guns at number 5. They take Tua, which is the quarterback they've been wanting all along. The whole reason they were having a tankathon and traded for Josh Rosen and had him play for a few games.
Yeah.
But they stick to it in the last couple of games with Ryan Fitzpatrick. They win a couple of games. They stick to it number 5, get their quarterback, then stick it in their second draft. I think they were 16 and got their offensive tackle Austin Jackson. And now they make a couple moves to acquire more draft picks. So good on them. I mean, I didn't expect them to be this good in the drafts. But we'll see how they go.
Brian Flores seems like he's turning the ship there in Miami. And I'm greatly enjoying watching what they're doing this year in the draft. And if they get McKenzie, man, I'll give them an A grade for. I know we talked about we're probably going to do draft grades and stuff, but I'll probably give them an A if they go out here and grab the safety here.
If they grabbed the safety here, they would have had a great day one in the draft. They get their quarterback, their franchise quarterback. They get protection for their franchise quarterback, and they replace the safety they traded to Pittsburgh.
Okay. Yeah.
Replace Fitzpatrick, and all in all, like during this draft, or at least for today, Dolphins look like geniuses. They acquire more draft picks.
Even if they was to grab one of the running backs from either Georgia or Ohio State here, Dobbins or Swift.
It's a great foundation to build on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking at the picks tomorrow. They pick 7th in round 2 or 39th overall. So they pick 7th tomorrow. If they don't go Xavier McKinney, I mean,
they
don't pick Xavier McKinney
tomorrow. They can either get Winfield or try to get McKenzie early tomorrow.
Yeah. They don't have to go crazy today. This pick has been going on for a while. So funny story, Bleacher Report Gridiron just tweeted out.
Mm-hmm.
They interviewed Mekhi Becton Manish Mehta of the New York Post. Is it New York Daily News? I don't know, but he's a reporter from New York. Interviewed Mekhi Becton after he got drafted, and he said, "I've never been to New York. I know the Jets had Brett Favre in the past. I know they had LaDainian Tomlinson in the past." So he sure knows his history.
Yeah, he knows what he does. He knows the important people.
What is going on with the Dolphins?
He knows the important things. I mean, they got their pick in, but they're literally just
approaching a new day.
3 minutes from a new day, guys. Anyone still rocking with us? I mean, much love, appreciate it, definitely. Even if they get the kid from LSU, the safety from LSU, I mean, he won the Thrope Award for the best defensive back in college, So we know he's a standout.
Yeah. I know it's late in the day, guys. Thanks for sticking with us.
Yeah.
There's around 4 of you here. Thanks for sticking with us throughout this entire thing. 5 of you. Thanks for sticking with us throughout this draft. Please subscribe for shorter videos.
Yes. Yes, we can't. We cannot stress that enough. Oh no, reflections in.
Dun 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 dun. Oh, Noah. Oh, it's
They
that
went
cornerback
corner.
from Auburn.
Yeah, they went corner.
Interesting.
Interesting.
They did sign Byron Jones, which is interesting to me that they would go corner here.
I mean, they must really like the kid.
Well, you know what? I like this pick now that I'm thinking about it because
It makes sense. No,
it makes sense, especially when you put into consideration that Byron Jones hasn't had a pick. He hasn't had an interception since he got drafted.
To me,
he's more of a pass deflector.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it makes sense just off the premise. They seem like they want to get really athletic.
Right.
You know, like they seem like athleticism is on their keen and all with Tua, the tackle they took, and now with another athletic corner. We already know Byron Jones is athletic, so I mean,
it's a good tandem to have.
They're sticking true to their guns.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm really interested in how Brian Flores operates his team now. He's got 3 young foundational pieces. And maybe not this year, but in the coming years, they might be a threat in the AFC East. And as a Jets fan, that makes me nervous.
I mean, they're building things the right way. They seem like they're very keen on what they know what they need, they know what they want. And they're not striving away from it. Right. Yeah. Shying away from it. As Amanda corrects me. And they can still snag a great safety early tomorrow.
They could. They're in the top. They have the number 7th pick in the second round. And looking at the teams ahead of them, I mean, Indianapolis, they have to go wide receiver.
For sure.
Detroit, I mean, you already have Jeff Okuda. You have to go offense, I'm assuming. The Giants.
Yeah, you have to find a way to get some.
The Giants, I mean, you could.
Giants might go safety. They might go safety.
So they might get Xavier McKinney if he doesn't get picked in the next 2 spots.
Yeah.
The New England, they might go quarterback, maybe, depending on who they like outside of Jordan Love. I don't see any other quarterback they would like.
At least not early in the second.
Not that early. The Carolina Panthers, your squad, they pick 6th, and then it's the Dolphins.
Yeah. I would see us probably trying to shore up some offensive line help.
Now the Vikings are back on the clock as Amir's team.
And their pick is in.
Yeah. Well, right now, obviously the best available is still Xavier McKinney, but Ezra Cleveland is still a high offensive tackle from Boise State. You need to protect Kirk Cousins somehow.
I'm hoping that maybe that's who Carolina can draft tomorrow. If it's still available, we can try to slide our way in there. I mean, I'm not knocking the NFL and doing what they're doing, but you see all this additional talking, and we know their pick is in. Like, why are we not getting to the pick?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're still alive. Yes, man.
I'm grateful that there's sports, like some live sporting event that we can talk, but at the same time,
excessive games said, "Damn, you're still alive." Yes,
we are. If the NFL draft is still going, we're still going.
I'm working.
Okay, Jeff Blandley from TCU.
Yes. Okay,
definitely fills a need.
Back-to-back corners here. Yeah, back-to-back corners here, and we talked about Minnesota earlier. They need corners. I like it. I like the selection. Makes perfect sense here. Now we can finally say to everybody who's still rocking with us,
it's the last pick in the draft.
We are at the last pick of the draft. It's our defending Super Bowl champions, the Kansas City Chiefs.
So if you're the Chiefs, I mean, what do you need? You just won the Super Bowl. You have the tools to repeat.
There's definitely still some needs, I would say there. could definitely use a better linebacker core. I would love to see if they could have got one of these corners. I think a corner's still in play, and running back. They can still possibly go running back here. I mean, they got Thornhill, so I don't think they'll take McKenzie. I don't think the need for the safety is there. It's interesting. We'll see. We'll see what Andy Reid wants to do here.
Chris Sims calls Miami the Patriots Southeast. Noah is going to be an awesome slot corner. Dolphins are going to be hard to throw on.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with it. Miami's building a great. I said it before. Miami's building a great core that's going to be formidable in the coming years.
Sorry to tune in real quick on you, George. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Amir, for rocking with us, man. Yeah, you get yourself on sleep. And definitely some interesting picks. Definitely.
Yeah,
as a Viking fan, you can sleep well. Yeah, as a Viking fan, you can sleep well. You made some great picks. Have a good night, man.
Yeah, take care. Thanks for joining the live stream, Amir. Kansas City also doing what every other team did and running down the clock like crazy. Do you think they trade out of this pick?
I do not. I think those were the option. But
I'm looking at Jeff Glanley, the pick that the Vikings just had. He's pretty damn good in the slot. I love the way he just presses on guys.
He's what I would deem to have effortless motion. He moves with he moves with the best of them. I think his biggest knock is going to be if he has to face physical corners to try to get big with him. Can he match it? Can he? But athletic wise, he'll be pound for pound with the rest of them.
And that's the type of thing you need, especially after having a playoff appearance last season. You want a corner that can stop the top receivers in the NFC North and the NFC in general. And you know for a fact that Minnesota is going to face some of their playoff opponents this coming season, along with the NFC North.
For sure. I mean, not to say I'm rushing the Kansas City Chiefs. Love my thoughts on my homeboy, though. You guys might want to get the pick.
I'm just gonna. They do have. I might agree with you that they go running back now because they don't have a need for safety.
No, definitely not.
So DeAndre Swift is an option. I mean, he's a complete back, really, the best back in the draft. It's a great route runner and he can catch. Great rack ability. Maybe a Kareem Hunt, a Kareem Hunt replacement.
It can definitely use one. Williams showed me something a little bit in the Super Bowl. But I definitely still deem him more as a pass catching running back. I think they may go for the kid from Ohio State, try to get somebody to run explosive in between the tackles.
And then after him, it's J.K. Dobbins. But I don't think he has trouble catching out of the backfield. So that might stray away from the Chiefs picking him.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Chiefs, if they were to go him, they would use him sparingly in first and second down running tips. They wouldn't use him so much for the pass catching.
Another guy is.
I mean, their pick's finally in.
Okay.
Look at Andy Reid drinking on the job.
With his Hawaiian shirt. So another running back that could be looked at is Clyde Edwards-Helaire from LSU. He's great. He's a great route runner and reliable receiver. He just needs help in pass protection, but I mean, you're not going to be an every down back in Kansas City. I don't think.
No. I don't think so either.
And for the final pick in the draft. And we've hit double-digit likes. 10 likes on this live stream. Thank you to everyone liking this stream. Appreciate you guys.
Yes. Much love.
And possibly for the last time tonight. Off the Bench is sponsored by Diplomacy Clothing. Negotiate with style with Diplomacy Clothing at Diplomacy Clothing on Instagram. Go give them a follow. Buy some of their face masks and this troubling time of coronavirus.
They see.
I think it might be DeAndre Swift, man. I mean, like we've been talking. They don't need a guy that, especially if you're coming in as a third down back, you can't just be able to run the ball. They're gonna want you to be able to catch it out the backfield.
Catch the ball. Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, they could go defensive lineman here too.
That is true. Although I don't know many top offensive linemen that would. Ezra Cleveland is still available, and he's been the guy a lot of teams have been linked to, according to Mel Kiper.
I hate Roger Goodell. Stop.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
That's what they took?
That's what they took.
Huh?
The guy of LSU. So, again, like I said, this guy is a great route runner. He's a reliable receiver. And that's what you want out of a back like this if you're on the Chiefs. You want a guy that will catch it in the backfield and not only be reliable running the ball, but pretty much catch it in the backfield for Patrick Mahomes. But that is it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this very long live stream.
Yes, we will not hold you.
We're pretty exhausted. Roll.
Yes.
Last message to the fans before we sign
out. Panthers disappointed me. That was to be given. But overall, I think we had ourselves a good live stream. Definitely something I would like for us to do a little bit more often. Maybe not into this whole 4 or 5 hour thing. You know, we could try to get this into something smaller. But thank you everyone who came, tuned in, commented, enjoyed the stream. Everyone to support the Off the Bench podcast. Much love appreciated. We got some big things coming. I mean,
yes,
I promise you some big things coming.
Yes, we do. So thank you, all of you fans that came in the first 5 picks, 10 picks, even until the 32nd pick. Thank you all for watching. Subscribe for more Off the Bench. Like this stream if you enjoyed it. Please watch our mock draft. See if we got things right. I'm pretty sure I'm over 75% right in my picks. Take care, y'all. Stay safe.
Telling me or whatever.